Thank you so much for joining. We'll be starting in a short while, and due to the sake of time, because our program stipulates that we start at 9 exactly, as others are joining. There are others who have also shared an email with me due to a colliding schedule they'll be having, but we are recording the meeting and the training, and we'll be able to share the recording with them, and then they'll be able to do the follow-up assignment, which we shall give everybody at the end of this course, and the assignment shall be submitted after 1 week, just to understand whether you have grasped the training and what it entails. So before I continue, I will not be able to give everybody time. I will not be able to give everybody time to introduce themselves. But what I will do is I will request everybody to use the chat box. Use the chat box. And in the chat box, I would request everybody to just put an introduction, who they are in terms of your name and the organization you're working with, which is very important, so that now as we continue with the training, we'll be able to understand and try to integrate the ESG aspect based on where you're working and the industry you're working with. So it's very good in the introduction part, just put your name and the organization, which is good also for networking, and even your email if you need others to know where you are and they can reach out to you based on what you provide and the skills. But the most important is provide your name and the organization you're working with or the entity. The organization you're working with is very, very important, or the expertise where you have the background expertise. So without taking much time, and as others are joining, I would like to introduce myself, and then I'll hand it over to Dr. Moses, and then I will go to pick it up from there. So before I do that, because I have the floor, so my name is Dr. Jackson Koimbori, and I work with Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and I'll come into that later. So let me hand it over to Dr. Moses so that we keep on time, and then I know I'll have a session to talk about what I do and what I'm hoping to get out of this session. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Koimbori, and I will also be requesting you to share the slides as we move on. So thank you again. I'm Dr. Moses Mudinja. I'm the Director, Real-Time Advisory Limited. Real-Time Advisory Limited is a training and management consulting firm based in Nairobi. We have been located at the International Life House in the city center, and we do carry out training and management research in the region. In addition, I'm also a consultant with the African Development Bank, and I've also been a consultant with the European Union and other institutions, multilateral institutions, international organizations in the region. So I'm happy to train this course with Dr. Koimbori, and we partner very well with KEPSA, and we are looking forward to having a great session this morning. So Dr. Koimbori, may I request you to share the presentation?
Is it clear? Is it projecting?
Yes, it is. So we just move to the next slide, and I think we are done with the first slide. Okay, so this is the course is ESG leadership training program, as you are notified earlier on. The overall goal of this program, or rather this course, is to equip professionals, business leaders, and policymakers with knowledge and skills to integrate environmental, social, and governance principles to your organizations. And as I mentioned earlier on, this course is being offered by KEPSA in collaboration with Real-Time Advisory Limited. We can go to the next training, session, Dr. Ali. So I'm not too sure how much we know, the participants know. I know we don't have time for each one of them to introduce themselves and tell us how much they know about ESG. But I would want to take us back to where we have come from many years ago, before any one of us was born. In the 1700s, yeah, many of us know that there is a history of slave trade in the world many years ago, and we studied it in high school. But in the year 1700s, we find that, for instance, religious organizations such as the Methodist, the Methodist and the Quakers excluded slave labor from their investments. This period signifies the early moral roots of the ESG consideration. So at that particular time, institutions were investing heavily in slaves, buying slaves and so on, and buying slaves and so on. But the religious organizations decided, no, this is not ethical. So we want to look also at the implications of this one for ethics as far as business is concerned. Then we move on to the year 1970s, which is a significant where a significant shift occurred with a growing emphasis on environmental health and safety. This era was characterized by U.S. laws promoting environmental and health safety compliance. So we find in the 1970s there was much emphasis on environmental and safety compliance. In the 1990s, there was more emphasis on corporate sustainability. In this case, voluntary actions were considered to go beyond the legal requirements. So the question was, are the activities the institutions were undertaking, or are they sustainable for purposes of the organization? So this meant that if institutions were looking at what they were just merely required to do from a legal point of view. In the new millennium ushered what is referred to as CSR era, and in this case, corporate social responsibility expanded to address global social issues. So the question has been how can organizations be involved in corporate social responsibilities? And I know this is really quite a wide debate, because the question is, should profit-making organizations be involved in corporate social responsibility? While it is argued, for instance, that the goal of the business is that of profit maximization, shareholder wealth maximization, and so on, there has been a drive towards institutions engaging themselves in corporate social responsibility. The argument has been that, for instance, where a business is located, the environment where it is located provides the business with the raw materials, provides it with the labor, the market for its products, and so on and so forth, provides the security, and therefore the business should be involved in social activities. Now, since 2010, from 2010 till now, the main emphasis now has been in what now we are calling the ESG. ESG has moved into the mainstream, and it is now integrated into finance, strategy, and has become a key stakeholder focus. So even when we present financial statements of businesses at the end of the accounting year or financial year, the question has been, how are we incorporating environmental and social governance? And now this makes it, this background really helps us as businesses to be able to ask ourselves where we are and where we are heading. I mean, where we have come from and where we are heading, and why we should care so much about environmental and social governance. Koimbori? Next slide, please. So ESG stands for stands for environmental, social, and governance. and it represents three key pillars for assessing an organization's impact and sustainability practices. So when we want to assess the extent to which an organization or the impact that an organization has, we want to use these three pillars. The first one is the environmental. And in this case, we look at stewardship to nature. We look at as far as the environmental is concerned, we look at the climate change strategy. Does the organization have a climate change strategy? How about biodiversity? As far as what you are doing is concerned, and the water you are using, are you ensuring that it's water efficiency? How about energy efficiency? Are you using, for instance, energy that is not efficient as far as the organization is concerned? Carbon intensity, environmental management system, and so on. The second pillar is the pillar of social. And in this case, we look at relationships with people and communities. We ask ourselves, are there equal opportunities as far as the organization is concerned? So that if I work in your organization, I don't know what that organization is, will I stand equal opportunity, or I'm going to be discriminated against, maybe on the basis of my gender, on the basis of my race, on the basis of my sexual orientation, and so on. We look at the freedom of association. How free is it? How free is it for one to be able to associate freely in your organization? We look at human rights, and I know right now it is a major issue in the East Africa community, and our brothers and sisters in Tanzania are not speaking kind words about Kenyans, because we have crossed the border, and we want to make sure that Tundu Lissu is fairly treated, his human rights are not abused, and so on. So it is really a current issue. But when we look at the organization, are the human rights respected in the way you do your business, for instance, in your industrial production plant, and so on? We look at the customers and products responsibility. How are you, for instance, producing substandard products? Are you compliant with the standards, for instance, Kenya Bureau of Standards, or are you selling us products that do not meet those standards? Are your products produced using child labor? And what is the implication of that? So that is the social pillar we'll be keen to look at when we assess your organization's ESG performance. Lastly, we look at governance, and in this under governance, we look at the ethics, and ethics has to do with what we consider good or bad, what the society considers good or bad. And of course, this can shift depending on which society you are in, religious, and so on. But there is what generally the society considers to be ethical or otherwise. So we look at compliance. Are you complying with the laws and regulations of the place where you operate, and so on? So then we ask ourselves, what is the importance of sorry, I think I didn't just back to that slide, Daktari. We look at the executive compensation. And the executive compensation, we want to see, is it fair, the compensation you are giving your executive, the directors, and so on? Mainly, if maybe you remember, in the 2008, there is what you are calling the global financial crisis, where most top organizations were in the verge of collapsing. And at the time when those organizations were collapsing, still those companies were paying huge perks to directors, even when they are collapsing, at the expense, of course, of the shareholders. Lastly, is the case of shareholder democracy. How involved are the shareholders when it comes to decisions that are made in that organizations and in that organization, and so on? We move on, Daktari. So the question then that we ask ourselves as participants in this session, what is the importance of ESG in the modern business landscape? I want to believe that the participants here are not here to just get a certificate in ESG. I think there are many ways of getting a certificate other than just participating in this one. I want to believe that we want to really understand how these ESG, I mean, the importance of ESG in our modern businesses and how that affects our businesses. So, so we are not, we are saying that ESG is not just about meeting global standards, but about addressing local challenges and creating a more sustainable and equitable future for Africa. So the ESG enables what we call sustainable development. And when we talk about sustainable development, we say it is a development that is not at the expense of the future generation. We do not want to carry out major developments today, and then in future, we have damaged the environment so that those who come after us have nowhere to stay. How do we manage the risk? ESG helps us manage the risk. And for instance, we talk about environmental impact assessment, where we look at for instance, the impact of carrying out a project in a given area, and we ask ourselves, what risk does this project bring, and how can we manage? And even when it comes to managing our own business, to be able to ask ourselves, how can we manage the risk associated with the environment and impact? ESG enables us to attract investments. You will appreciate that there are certain organizations globally that are looking to support businesses that are going green. I didn't mention earlier on that I am trained by ILO International, that is International Labour Organization, as a certified green business trainer. And in this training, I mean, that is actually one of the reasons I am involved in this training, partnering with KEPSA. And when we look at green business practices, there are international organizations and international associations that are looking for businesses that are carrying out green business practices to be able to support them, either to give them what we call green financing, or to just support them as a CSR. So we need to be able to look widely at how we are able to participate as businesses to benefit from businesses that are attracted to these kind of investments. ESG is important because climate change, because of climate change and environmental protection. With the developments that we find globally and issues that arise, and you can really search and read widely, even videos online, to see the impact of climate change, the kind of flooding that we're experiencing globally, the fires that we're experiencing in major parts of the world, and so on, so that this course helps us be able to mitigate the effect of this climate change. We want to build local capacity. Local capacity means that if we want then to conserve our environment and we want to go green, do we have capacity, for instance? And that is why really we have this session here, to be able to build capacity of participants to be able to undertake ESG in their organizations. And lastly, we are looking at social equity and inclusion, to ensure that everyone is involved. We do not include certain segments of the population when it comes to ESG. So then all these highlights really the importance of ESG in modern landscape. Next slide, Dr. So we want to look at the importance of ESG integration. In other words, what the question we are asking ourselves is, what is the importance of integrating ESG in our business? How do we benefit, and so on? So each organization could have a different combination of why ESG is important. So when we look at the integrating ESG in our business, we look at all these processes. What is the purpose and our vision? Why are we established as a business? What is the vision for us as an entity or as a company? Are we complying? So we want to look at the compliance levels, and we need to assess it on continuous basis to ask ourselves, are we compliant with the ESG requirement? We want to look at how we manage the risk associated, with climate change. We want to look at the investors. Who is investing in our businesses? What are we investing in ourselves? We want to look at the commercial impact to business. So in terms of ESG, we want to to look at the commercial impact of this ESG. When we incorporate ESG, what is the impact of this? What is the impact of ESG on global value chains? We are saying in modern times, for instance, producing aeroplane in the US, and even aeroplane is really a more sophisticated maybe product to talk about. But you realize a small component, a small product like a TV screen, you will find the components that go into producing that TV these components being produced in different countries. Some countries are producing producing screws and so on. So you can look at all those components, but then we ask ourselves, what is the implication of this for the global value chains where we get all these products? Resource scarcity and climate change. We look at strategic positioning as far as our business is concerned. We want to position ourselves as a business that is ESG compliant, and that has implications on the brand reputation. We have our brand respected globally and so on. So ESG has become a critical framework for businesses to navigate the complexities of modern world, manage risk, and create sustainable value, and meet growing expectations of society. So I'm sure as we continue in this session and even after this, we will be able to appreciate really that ESG can no longer be wished away as far as our businesses are concerned, and take more proactive roles in it. Daktari? So you need to be able as a business to map your stakeholders. It's what we call stakeholder mapping. And we normally actually talk about in stakeholder mapping, we look at who are the stakeholders, what are their interests, and what is their power. I know that is not explained here, but just giving some broad explanation. Because you realize that any business you have as key stakeholders, yeah? And you need to ask yourself, in this our business, who are the capital providers? So that ESG is linked to financial outperformance. So in this case, the capital providers we are saying ESG is linked to financial outperformance, and there is evidence to show that businesses that incorporate ESG outperform businesses that do not incorporate the same. And up to 5% outperformance by top quintile on material sustainability issues, and so on. So you can be able to search globally and find that there is evidence to suggest that businesses that incorporate ESG at the end of the day or in the long term outperform the businesses that do not. We want to look at the other regulators, that is the stakeholders, that is the regulators. So there is regulation on ESG is actually tightening, And going forward, you find that globally, we have over 1,800 climate laws and policies are already in place globally. And they're increasing. I'm sure by the time I'm through with this presentation, maybe another regulation or another law will have been passed somewhere in the world touching on ESG. And you realize this one actually, especially if you are an exporter of products, especially to the EU and the developed and the US, you will find that there are regulations that you must comply with. And if you do not, then you'll find that you cannot be able to access those markets. So because of regulations, then that is expanding. You need to be a bit careful how you run your business to ensure that you are compliant ESG. Then we have the customers. Customers are favoring companies with good ESG story. While this is not very common in Africa, but this is actually Africans are also getting into this, and sometimes you find most people in the supermarket, for instance, they want to look at the labels, whether the products being sold are labeled as being eco-friendly. 76% of consumers would refuse to purchase a product if the company supported an issue contrary to their beliefs. And for instance, you find there is a case of people refusing to buy products for reasons that that company uses child labor in extraction of raw materials and so on. And those customers who are conscious of such will say, I don't want to buy any product from such companies. Other key stakeholders are employees. Good ESG helps win the competition for talent. There is evidence to show that 16% higher productivity with measurable impact on shareholder value. In other words, if you have customers that consider your business to be ESG compliant, you are likely to to attract top minds in your business with, of course, implications on increased productivity. Lastly, we look at partners and suppliers. And businesses are requiring ESG adherence from vendors. And this is very serious, actually, for businesses, especially SMEs, that are supplying to companies. If you are supplying, for instance, raw materials to EABL or these top companies, and you're a small company, and EABL says that you must comply with these ESG requirements, that means that if you do not, then you are going to lose that business, and your competitors who are ESG compliant will find themselves supplying. The same case applies to setting emission standards for supply chain, which helped to capture billions of dollars in savings for a group of major companies. And there is a lot of evidence to show that businesses are requiring now their suppliers and their partners to be ESG. And if not, then you're likely to lose that business. Dr. Next slide, Dr. So we look at ESG as a tool for risk mitigation. And I think, Dr. you have a video that you wanted to share before we move on. Dr. you are muted.
Yeah, apologies. I was saying for those who are Samuel Ngang is requesting. Okay, any person who is in the chat box, just introduce yourself in the chat box. You don't have time to go into that due to time, but let me just get the video, just a minute. So feel free to use the chat box to introduce yourself as we progress. So here's the video. It's a short video just to give you a recap of what is happening. Hope you can hear. Please confirm, Dr. on your end.
I'm waiting for it to start.
Is it okay?
I think it's loading, but there is no voice. There's no sound, I mean.
ESG 101, an introduction on environmental, social, and governance for financial analysts. Whether you're
Yeah, we
in
can hear it now.
investment banking, commercial banking, private industry, or investment management, you will no doubt be faced with growing interest in ESG and how it informs your or your company's decision making. The intention of this course is to prepare you with the foundational knowledge needed to respond effectively to these inquiries and leverage ESG information to conduct more effective due diligence and to make better investment decisions. In this course, we'll start getting an understanding of what ESG is, how ESG information is used to assess risk, reward, and management effectiveness. We'll then discuss how stakeholder expectations influence corporate action on ESG, followed by unpacking some key considerations for both corporations and investors. And finally, we will end the course by working through an exercise to assess portfolio risk and provide recommendations to management. Summit Strategy Group works with Fortune 500 companies to develop and deploy enterprise-wide ESG programs and advises C-suite leaders, including finance and investor relations executives, on leveraging ESG as a competitive advantage in the marketplace. Our experience in advancing ESG progress at every level of the organization, from the C-suite to the facility associate level, has given us unique insight into the relevance and importance of ESG across industries, functional areas, and stakeholder groups. Chapter 1, Lesson 1. What is ESG? ESG refers to environmental, social, and governance, and the way in which these issues converge to impact a company and a company's stakeholders. Environmental criteria refers to a company's environmental stewardship, including how they manage the impacts of their operations, products, and general business activity on the environment. Social criteria refers to how a company creates value for stakeholders and includes related concepts such as corporate purpose and societal impact. Governance ultimately refers to how a company is led and managed. ESG is used as a framework to assess how a company manages risks and opportunities that shifting market and non-market conditions create. These shifts include changes to natural systems, social systems, economic systems, ultimately impacting the entire landscape a company operates in. Although ESG can touch upon socially conscious concepts, ESG is ultimately not about values. ESG is about the ability to create and sustain long-term value in a rapidly changing marketplace, economy, and world, and managing the risks and opportunities associated with these changes. It's important to note, there is no universal categorization for ESG issues. Some issues can be categorized or defined in different ways, depending on the industry, the unique characteristics of the company, or their business model, or the standard used to disclose information. For example, some companies and investors define diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, as a social issue to address through their hiring practices, their community engagement efforts, or their procurement strategies. But some also define DEI as a governance issue, viewing a more diverse board and workforce as essential to making more informed decisions, spurring innovation, and supporting the acquisition of new customers and markets. This lack of uniformity is even more reason that you as an analyst must be able to break down the issues and assess how they may impact performance and profitability. ESG is often used interchangeably with corporate social responsibility or corporate sustainability. Yet ESG is a much more important thing than that. Before we dive into what ESG is, though, let's look at where the concept of ESG came from. The early underpinnings of ESG came from the growing recognition that environmental and employee issues were material to a business. EHS, or environmental health and safety, was based on the development of and the subsequent compliance with environmental and employee regulations, which evolved into the idea of corporate sustainability, or a company's approach to minimizing their adverse impacts on the environment beyond what was legally required. Corporate sustainability then began to integrate ideas around how a company responds to social issues, known as corporate social responsibility. Corporate philanthropy and employee volunteerism were key tenets of CSR. Now, in the 2020s, ESG has evolved into a more holistic concept associated with competitive advantage, greater management of risks and rewards. Let's now dive deeper into the ESG issues and their relevance on business today. What are the forces behind ESG becoming a mainstream business concept? The growth of ESG is due to three factors. These are materiality, the growing recognition by investors and academic researchers that ESG influences investor risk and returns. Another reason is client demand for greater transparency around how their money's invested. Lastly, regulation has played a key role, especially after the 2008 financial crisis. National and international regulators viewed the private sector as a key driver for both contributing to and addressing global public threats, such as climate change and human rights violations. Some high-profile examples of financially material ESG incidents which influenced greater client demand for transparency and regulator demand for ESG to be recognized as fiduciary duty include BP's U.S. Deepwater Horizon oil spill in 2010, where BP received $53.8 billion in fines, cleanup costs, and local reparations. In 2015, Volkswagen was charged 27.4 billion euros in penalties and fines for rigging 11 million diesel vehicles to pass emissions tests. And lastly, in 2018, Cambridge Analytica harvested the personal data of 87 million Facebook users, resulting in Facebook losing billions in market value.
So yeah, that is it, Dr. Ari. Let me continue sharing the slide.
So let me get some responses from participants. What your key takeaways from that slide, or rather that video? Any key takeaway from the video?
Yeah, feel free to use the chat box for any comment. Feel free to use the chat box for any reaction and comment. Over to you, Dr. Ari, as you continue, but I'll be open and looking at the chat box and then relaying the questions to you.
So I'm giving like 2 minutes to participants. You can raise your hand and share your comment, your thoughts. If not, then we move on. Okay, so it looks like
good morning,
we
everyone.
don't have a response, so we can move on. So now
I have a question.
Yeah, you raise your hand, please, so that you're able to get you. So, yeah, question, please. Who is that?
Yeah, I've raised.
Okay, go on.
Yeah.
And Dr. in case you are talking, you are muted.
No, I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
No,
yes,
no,
we can
not
hear you. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Please go.
Yeah, my question is, when these fines are imposed upon these organizations, do we know if they are used in the environment sector to try and mitigate what could have been what, for example, like that Dieselgate issue, the problem would have been air pollution or environmental pollution. So do we know if these fines actually go to mitigate against these environmental risks? Because that's what would make sense, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I'm trying to get the name, but I don't know why it's not reflecting from my side.
Faith Mwaura. Faith
Mwaura, okay. Oh yeah, Mwaura, sorry, yeah, good.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mwaura, for that question, a really a valid question, because sometimes when fines are imposed and the company pays a lot of money, the question is, does it now then address the problem that was raised? I think from what we find in the case of BP, where there was a case of oil spill, there was amount that was also paid for reparation of the affected. Now, I think I wouldn't say I have done further research to establish whether that actually happened on the ground, but I think that stimulates my intellectual curiosity to be able to follow up and see actually whether these fines, whether they benefited the beneficiaries that were supposed to benefit from the same. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it at that, Maura.
Yeah, but I can come in, Daktari.
Yes.
I can come in into that just to answer what Dr. Faith Mora is asking. And I can see she's in the real estate development, which is very key on the green building kind of initiative. And that is true. As a private sector, we recently saw some regulations which came out. That is on the extended producer responsibility. We have the corporate social responsibility and all these things. And when you look at the EPRs, they are holding accountable, that is the people who are actually polluting the environment. And I hope you saw NEMA put in a list of shame of private sector companies, sadly, those who are within our private sector body, as the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, who were gazetted as people who are actually polluting Nairobi River and other environmental resources, and they were not taking a responsibility of it. But also the private sector were complaining that as much as they're targeting the manufacturers, what regulation can we have also to find the consumers who are actually now throwing that bottle of Coca-Cola in Nairobi River? And when that bottle of Coca-Cola, when it's found in Nairobi River, it's Coca-Cola that is being fined, but it's the customer who did not do the due diligence. So it is right that we need regulations. And I believe in Kenya we have enough regulations, but the issue now is what we call enforceability, and also matters to do with awareness. People are not educated enough on what we call ways of disposal, ways of recycling, and just taking care of the environment. Over to you, Dr. Moses, to take it over.
Thank you. I think I saw Jackson. 1 minute, Jackson. Jackson, your hand is up. Did you want to comment?
Yes.
Jackson,
Thank you.
there's
Thank
a guest,
you.
yes. Somebody
Yes,
has my name somewhere.
Thank you, Dr. for
So
sharing
for
the name
purposes
with
of
me.
this training, Jackson means the participant.
Yeah.
means Jackson Koimbori.
I think
Avoid
I
confusion.
Point noted.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And quite a pleasure sharing a name with the big man like Dr. Jackson is my name. It's not really a question, but I've loved the introduction, the scope of the evolution of ESG. My concern was just that now we are discussing about business, and business is anchored actually on the premises of the three key elements. Actually, it is anchored on what the government has to play is a key actor. There's also the financial service institution, or the capital, sources of capital, and the finances of business, and also is shaped by now the business environment itself. I've not seen the integration of the three actors or players, but rather there's much more weight pushed towards the role of business, which private sector in itself may not achieve much without the framework of the regulation, of course, driven, and also enforcements done by government. And of course, with the conformity of the financial service institutions which supports or finances the business activities. So that's just an observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. And I want to say really that the government has not been ignored. This is not something that is just left to the private sector. If you looked at, even when we talk about governance and all that, we have actually discussed the issue of regulation. The private sector left alone without government involvement and government control is a recipe for disaster. And what we find from the 2008 global financial crisis, when we emphasize so much on liberalization, and we said that the private sector needs to continue without too much government interference. The private sector was left to innovate bring in so many innovations, and in the end, the financial system was almost collapsing. So we mentioned actually that already we have about 1,800 regulations that touch on this. That means significant government involvement in what is happening, but that is a good observation. So I think we can move on. Dr. there is something was blocking the slide, so you can move on. So we look at the ESG then as a tool for risk mitigation and competitive advantage. How does this help you mitigate the risks? So when it comes to the type of risk that we want to address, one, we have the environmental risks. And under this, we have the climate risks, the risk of flooding, the risk of carbon taxes. And I think Daktari is going to mention something later on regarding these issues to do with the carbon taxes and the implication of this. We find many entities being penalized. I think even in the video presentation, we have heard that about is it Volkswagen that trying to interfere with the designs of the car of their motor vehicles, so it doesn't reflect the emission levels of their motor vehicles. But what we are saying here is that we want to mitigate then against these climate risks that arise from not doing ESG. Social labor disputes or reputational damage. If you are taken to court because your business does not, has poor working conditions, then that itself introduces a reputational damage on your brand. You really need to take care of that. In terms of the risk associated with governance, we're talking about the regulatory fines of frauds. And I think we have the cases that we mentioned that were mentioned in the video, the Volkswagen Dieselgate scandal, and so on. So what then are the strategic benefits? Are we doing ESG for academic reasons? The answer is no. There is evidence to show that ESG attracts capital, high ESG ratings, lower borrowing costs. For instance, if you are considered a green business, then you are able to float green bonds, and these bonds are at 2%. And we all know from our financial system how much how borrowing costs are. 13 or 15%. And so if I'm not compliant in terms of ESG, I borrow at 15%. So let's say I borrow 1 million, you also borrow 1 million, you are compliant. I borrow 1 million at 15%, my borrowing cost is going to be 150,000. You are compliant, you borrow 1 million at 2%, how much do you pay? Should be 20,000, right? So imagine I'm paying 150,000, you are paying 20,000 in terms of interest. So you really want to move that direction. Enhances talent retention. We mentioned earlier on that most top talents are really keen to work with businesses that are ESG compliant. There is evidence to show that 70% of millennials prefer ESG conscious employers as per the study done by Deloitte and Touch. This also drives innovation, meaning that ESG spurs new products, recyclable, like Adidas recyclable sneakers. And I know this market really is awash with recycled products. I don't know, recycled plastic fencing posts and so on. There's a lot that is happening. I think Daktari soon we need to have an exhibition that is featuring green business practices. I think that is something that
sure. Most
that is something
definitely.
that participants may want. And then we have international participants so that you also network. It's a great idea. I know Koimbori is very good in doing these kind of things. We'll see how it goes. So ESG risk management can be grouped into 3 types of actions for organizations to take. So you need to look at it in terms of controls. In terms of control, so we are saying there are 3 types of actions that we expect the organization to take. First one is controls. Does the organization have robust policies and procedures, and practices in place to comply with ESG-related laws and regulations or the standards? And now we have that's where we also come in, and we hope going forward for businesses that want to comply, we are going to work together real time and KEPSA to be able to support businesses to be able to put controls that enable you to do this. In terms of, you need to look at it in terms of reporting. can the organization publicly report, can your company, for instance, publicly report ESG metrics or measures around your exposure to risk and how you are managing those risks? If you cannot be able to put that reporting disclosure in your financial reports, then most probably you are not ESG compliant. Resilience, is the organization able to anticipate, forecast, and manage ESG related risks? So from where you sit as the owner of that business or the manager or director of that business, can you be able to foresee the risks that are likely to come even before you undertake something? And that is why you really need to be more conscious, especially after going through this training. Daktari? So let's look at climate change and resource management. What are the climate change impacts that we are talking about? So climate change, I know has been a very wide discussion. Unfortunately, now there is also abuse of the word climate change, so that we are blaming. I know Trump is not so excited about matters to do with climate change, and the reason being climate change is being blamed for everything, even domestic issues between spouses. So we really need to be a bit careful what exactly we are saying is the impact of climate change. But broadly, really, what has been studied, that we find evidence that it has been caused by climate change is a case of floods and droughts, and transition risk. So we need to, these are the impacts of climate change. And with this one, there has been introduction of policy changes and carbon taxes to be able to curb this. Unfortunately, there is evidence to show that now that maybe will come in a different training, to show that actually the countries that are major emitters and contribute more broadly to climate change are not necessarily the ones being affected by climate change. So that Africa, though we are the least emitters of carbon, we are then the major beneficiaries, if I may use that term, of climate change problems. I don't know that beneficiary is the right term to use, but we are more affected than those other regions. As a result of climate change, the climate change impact we find also is that businesses face supply chain disruptions, higher costs, and reputation costs. So if you have a company that gets supplies from different parts of the world, and in one region there are major droughts, if, for instance, it is the Nestle that makes coffee, and other producing chocolate as well, and you have disruptions supply chain, let's say from Ghana where cocoa is produced, or coffee, countries producing coffee, and so there is significant reduction in production as a result of drought, then that business, much as is located in Switzerland, for instance, is going to be severely affected by supply chain disruptions. Or now that there are few supplying, then they will supply the materials at much higher cost. We have examples given here, for instance, where a retailer faces supply chain issues due to extreme weather affecting crop yields. I've already mentioned that. We had the case of Coca-Cola, which reported 1.5 billion in cost from climate-related disruptions. The relevance of this is that addressing climate risk aligns with the frameworks such as the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. So what that means is that we also find ourselves complying with these disclosure requirements, and of course with positive implications for our business. Next, Daktari. So when it comes to resource management, what we mean is that we want to have sustainable use of our resources. This involves sustainable use of water, energy, raw materials to minimize waste and depletion. And this sometimes does not need to be done at macro level or at top organizations level. I sometimes go to washrooms and find somebody used the water there, the tap, and left the tap running, and they don't see anything because they're not the ones paying the water bill. We want to be a bit more sensitive, really, that if you go to our washroom mahali and find, even if it's not a washroom, you are walking and you find a tap running, you just close it. It takes just a few seconds. But more importantly is when we are producing whatever product we are using, are we producing that product in a manner that conserves water, that conserves energy, that conserves any other raw materials that we use, or we want to use them in a way that they're going to be depleted in a short time. Again, that affects future generations. The key metrics, for instance, water usage, you want to look at it in terms of liters per unit. How many liters of water do you use to produce one brick, for instance, if you're in brick production? Energy efficiency, kilowatt hour per production. Of course, if your energy costs are high, that will mean the product you produce is costly and therefore the price is also high. What strategies then do we use to adapt renewable energy? We can be able to use solar. God gave us solar, it's free. Of course, there are other issues that arise from the use of solar. How do we dispose the panels at the end of their useful life? I think that is another discussion. But for now, what we are talking about is that you can use solar to be able to reduce significantly our energy costs. We can be able to recycle the water. We can be able to use other means to be able to even reuse the water and so on. There is evidence of this IKEA. IKEA is, I think, a Swedish furniture making company. IKEA's use of sustainable timber in aligning with the ESG. Sustainable timber reduces deforestation, aligning with ESG goals. So by just using that timber, sustainable timber, you are able to conserve our forests. So you move on, Daktari. Looking at, we look at carbon footprint reduction and net zero strategies. So when we talk about carbon footprint, we want to look at the direct emissions. And when we talk about emissions, we are talking about emission of carbon, anything that produces carbon and the extent to which that carbon, the concentration of that carbon. So we have direct emissions, and we also have indirect purchased energy. So we have a cycle here that shows what are the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. Scope 3, sorry, I said is the value chain emissions. So looking at that cycle, for instance, we have a company-owned vehicle. So in this company-owned vehicle, this is mostly using fuel, and this fuel is combustion. So that is scope 1, direct emission, meaning the vehicle that is being used by the company is itself emitting carbon monoxide, of course. Then in scope 2, we are looking at indirect. So in this case, you have there is electricity consumption, heat consumption, steam consumption. So you are not the one producing electricity, but wherever this electricity is coming from, it is also emitting. In the course of producing this electricity, there is emission of carbon, but not necessarily being emitted now by the company that is using electricity. So what you have done is you have bought that electricity, but whoever is producing that electricity is emitting carbon. Scope 3, that is the value chain emissions. So there is a waste disposal, the goods that you purchase, the travel. For instance, if you are buying, if Nesto is buying cocoa from Ghana, that cocoa has to be transported. It has to be transported from Ghana to Switzerland. And when it is transported, let's say it's transported by air, the airplanes themselves produce carbon. If it's produced, transported by sea, again, the ships also produce carbon and so on. So these are direct emissions resulting from the activities of an organization, but not included in the scope 2, which is dealing with emissions. So scope 3 is dealing mostly with the value chains, that is the process from producing that particular product. Who exactly is involved in the final product of that particular product? So in net zero, we are looking at balancing emissions and science-based targets. So we want to look at the emissions that are produced and the conservation that efforts that we make. What can we be able to have net zero in the sense that what we produce and what we conserve amounts to zero. It's like saying +1 - 1, it gives you 0. So that is really the effort we want to have as businesses to ensure that then we can be able to reach that level. Net zero strategies here, we want to, as I just mentioned, we want to achieve net zero, means balancing emissions with the removals. For instance, carbon offsets and sequestration. In this case, I just mentioned that we produce carbon. Let's say if we measure it in kgs, we produce 1 kgs, but we remove, using the means we are talking about, we remove 1 kg if at all. We can use that one as a measure. I know there is a standard measure of carbon. So what are then the key strategies we want to employ here? In this case, we want to look at energy efficiency. We want to retrofit facilities in LED lighting or smart systems. For instance, Google has 40% energy saving in data centers. That is their use of energy in their data centers. Renewables, we want to use renewable energy, transition to solar or wind. I know, of course, this also introduces some issue. I know a while ago we had, I think, issues of solar wind energy being disputed in a certain region in our country, and there was a lot of back and forth litigation and so on. But solar energy and wind is some of the least emitters, and Apple has used 100% renewable energy since 2018, so there is evidence that it actually works. Supply chain engagement. We want to collaborate with the suppliers to reduce what you say is a scope 3 emissions that emanate from the supply of materials. So in this case, you will find, for instance, if you supply, I mentioned earlier on, if you supply to Coca-Cola, for instance, if you supply, let's say, passion fruits to Coca-Cola for making juice, you may find that Coca-Cola, and I'm not saying that is the case, we need to establish that just for example, you may find that Coca-Cola tells you to comply with this environmental conservation in how you produce your passion fruits. Carbon offsets, invest in reforestation or renewable projects to neutralize emissions. So in this case, we are saying we want to keep on reforestation efforts to be able to reduce carbon. That's why you find countries that are major emitters like China and oil-producing countries saying, okay, we are producing carbon, but we can pay you to conserve your forest and to carry on reforestation, because we know forests reduce carbon. How do forests reduce carbon? From the simple science we studied in high school, I think in primary school, we learned that trees, what do they take? The gas they take. Human beings take oxygen, and trees take they take carbon dioxide, yeah, and produce. So that is homework for this class. By the end of the session, I hope you'll be able to give us the answer so that you understand how trees then are able to reduce this carbon. So corporate initiatives and regulatory compliance. We want to look at corporate sustainability initiatives. What initiatives are we undertaking to be able to we are undertaking to be able to do this. The first is renewable energy adoption. These what do you call them? Big corporates or big corporations have undertaken certain activities that are meant deliberately aimed at reducing carbon. Conserving the environment. The first one is renewable energy adoption. This is meant to conserve energy, of course, and Amazon has Amazon's 400 plus renewable energy projects by 2024. So you can see the extent to which big operations are going to conserve energy. There is a lot of emphasis on circular economy by top brands. H&M, a garment recycling program reduces textile waste. We have community programs. We have Pepsi Company, water replenishment projects in water-stressed regions. So companies are moving in to be able to intervene in the interest of climate and environment. The benefits of this is that this enhances ESG ratings from different rating agencies, and therefore that has implications for attracting investors, as I mentioned earlier on. It builds consumer trust and employee engagement. And we have the case of the example with the Unilever providing a good example of this.
And if I can come in, Daktari,
yes,
just to add on the same, especially on those three initiatives you mentioned on renewable energy, circular economy, and community programs. These are things we have been undertaking, especially when it comes to the private sector, because especially on renewable energy space, we have tried to work with various private sector bodies to see how best they can be able to incorporate either the use of solar, the use of wind, the use of other alternative energy sources that have a lower carbon footprint. And this has been a key challenge. At least we have been working with the government to come up with regulations. Also on the same, one key undertaking we're trying to see is the government to stop taxing the use of solar. How can you tax solar and you expect people to move away from fossil-based fuels? The other key issue we've been having with Kenya especially is we are currently saying that the energy mix in Kenya is around 98%, 92% or 90% of Kenya's energy is renewable energy. But when you look at the cost of power per kilowatt in Kenya, in Africa, in Africa, that is out of the 54 countries, Kenya is ranked top 4 with the most expensive power per kilowatt for businesses. That is at a rate of 0.20 USD per kilowatt per hour. When you look at our neighbors like Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, and even Ethiopia, they are at the bottom with the least cost of power. So that one beats logic why Kenya has renewable energy of 90%, and yet our power is very expensive compared to countries that don't even have that much renewable energy. On circular economy, textile, we're having an issue. The textile industry in KEPSA, we're working very critically in this sector. This is one of the big polluters in Kenya, especially when it comes to textile and dye, the use of dye in fabrics. And dye, water that has dye is the hardest to clean and to recycle because those chemicals are very hard to separate from actually the water. So those are some of the things we are trying to see and to undertake. And maybe one thing that maybe our participants should get key note of, what Daktari has been talking about from the beginning is ESG. All these matters, what he's touching on right now is matters to do with the environment. And then there's an aspect of social, and then there's governance. What your takeaway key point from all this is, how are you going to take all this information back to your organization? Because your main work is to help your organization avoid a risk associated with lack of environmental compliance, lack of social compliance, lack of governance compliance. So I think with that, we should all be aligned. But thank you so much, Daktari. You can continue. I just needed to highlight one or two issues on this. Thank you so much, Daktari.
Thank you, Daktari, and that is a very good interjection. And I will also say that even as you go through this course and you go back to your organization and you are talking about ESG, then the question that arises is, why should we care about ESG? If you came to my company and I am the CEO, and we sent you for training, like this particular training, and you come back, and maybe this is the first time I'm hearing ESG, then I'll ask you, why should I care about this thing called ESG? So these are things you want to care about. Next line, Daktari. Daktari, see left.
I've changed the slide there.
Oh, okay. I was trying to reach
Hope you can see it.
my slide now. That okay. So we need to comply with different laws, and I think the most common is the international agreement, the Paris agreement, which we had the other day. The president, I think in the first term, the president leaving. I think this is where we started the major discussion on climate, but the question is whether we are complying with these the agreements. In Kenya, we have national environmental. Every country really has 6 environmental laws, and in Kenya, all these laws and regulations are managed by NEMA. And then there is also the importance of proactive compliance, in that you don't wait until you are fined. You don't wait until you are fined for you to be able now to start implementing. You want to do it before. Maybe I can request my colleague, Daktari, to mention something about the Paris Agreement.
Yes, yeah, thank you so much on this. I wanted to pull up another slide, but maybe you can pull a slide on your end so that I can share something, the journey we've gone through this. But when it comes to the Paris Agreement and the undertakings we've been doing, this has been a long journey. And one key undertaking that people usually remember among all the among all the COP agreements is the Paris Agreement of 2015, because the Paris Agreement is the one that cemented key issues. One, this is where we came up with the way forward in terms of reducing our carbon emissions. It came up with actually the enactment of the NDCs, the Nationally Determined Contributions, and Kenya has actually submitted its second NDC just 1 month ago, whose ambition is to reduce carbon emissions by 35% from 32%. So 35%, that means that we are aiming to reduce our carbon emissions by 35%, and in return, we are aiming to be paid for that. So when it comes to ESG, because Daktari had mentioned earlier the benefits of ESG, there's an aspect of risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is that when you go back to your company, you'll be able to use ESG, and I'll be able to come in my session. My session will concentrate mostly on report writing. Daktari is concentrating on the background of it so that you understand when it comes to report writing, what steps do you need to do. And I think that is, let me just mention it, that is part of the assignment. The 1 week assignment that will be given as a takeaway assignment is for you to develop a small report, a small draft report that we will work with you as we move on. We'll develop a WhatsApp page that every person here will have to develop a draft or a copy or an ESG report for their company, and we will take you step-to-step guide. So international agreements such as Paris Agreement are very key. And these are things that will help us when it comes to ESG reporting, to know that who are we working with, what are the laid down laws globally that we need to work around. Because in 2026, we anticipating to get the CBAM. The CBAM is the carbon border adjustment mechanism that is going to put regulations on products that are coming out of Kenya or Africa or any other country in the world going to Europe. So if your product does not have a certification on CBAM, how was the product produced? Did it use renewable energy? Did it use slave labor? What is the governance structure in that company? So if it does not meet all those standards, and I'll be talking about the ratings of ESG, if your product does not have a high ESG rating, then it means that your product will not be competitive in the global market. So international agreements such as the Paris Agreement are very key, because these are some of the things that help us to understand what is the market and what are the requirements from some of our key investors and donors. Because something that I had mentioned is 4 people that we consider in ESG. 1 is the customer. Number 2 is the employee. Number 3 is the investor. And number 4 is the community. So when you talk about international agreements, here we are trying to look into who are these communities that are concerned, because people are now becoming environmentally conscious. We are talking about the employee. We are talking about the investors. Most investors are having green finance money, green financial instruments. They are injecting green finance into businesses. So if your business does not have an ESG report, has not adhered to international agreements, then you're not able to access those green funds, which do not require collateral. Traditional funds require collateral, like banks. They require you to provide collateral, which SMEs, micro SMEs don't have. But green financial instruments do not require collateral, and they are easy to access. But you need to have laid down procedures and all those documents. And one of the documents that you need to have is an ESG report. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Daktari. And I know Dr. Koimbori and the KEPSA team will soon be working on a conference to bring all these things to proper perspective, and also the exhibition. So we hope that the participants that are in this training will want to leverage on the networks that KEPSA has and the upcoming events, so that you are well positioned to generate, or rather to be in the right network of ESG. Next slide, Doc. Okay, so in the next session, the slide, we look at social responsibility and ethical business practices. And in this case, we are looking at the diversity, equity, and inclusion. I know this is now quite a controversial issue, especially in the US under the new Trump administration, but that is the position of the US. And as far as this is concerned, what we want to care about in our organizations is one, diversity. We want to take care of the presence, or rather to care about the presence of differences, appreciating that we cannot all be the same in terms of sexual orientation, in terms of gender, in terms of disability, in terms of tribe, and so on, that we are able to operate in our organizations while appreciating the value of diversity. In terms of equity, we want to look at fair access, opportunity, and support. Can you be able to assess, for instance, when it comes to government, we are aware of, for instance, AGPO, which stands for Access to Government Procurement Opportunities. And these are opportunities that have been given to youth, women, and people living with disabilities. So this is an attempt at bringing equity into our business. May I ask just 1 minute?
Yeah, and as Dr. has mentioned on DEI, remember this, when you're talking about the ESG, aspect here, we want to understand what is your organization doing on the same. He has talked about environment. What is your organization doing on environment? Environmental factors are the ones that exacerbate risks in your company. So what is your company doing to climate proof itself? What is your company doing to reduce floods? What is your company doing to all these things, climate related factors that will make your company more competitive? What is your company doing to reduce carbon emissions? So in matters of social, remember ESG has E is environment, S is social. This is the social part. What is your company doing on diversity? Is your company only employing men? Because maybe it's a building sector. Does it have women? Does it have this, the LGBTQ people? Does it have equity, fairness, opportunity, and support for the people who are disabled or able differently? Inclusion, is your company including the sense of belonging and value? And this is a very key issue that we are seeing nowadays. If I do a survey in most of the people in your company who have exited your company, if you do a survey, and I think this is something that people usually do, and that's why every company has a code of ethics, and also it has a human resource person. The human resource person is supposed to help on social responsibility. Some companies are only looking into competitiveness, making the employees feel out of place. Employees are always looking for the next business opportunity, business company for them to be employed, because the company does not give a space for a safe haven. There are those employers who don't want to see employees doing team building. Team building is very important for social responsibility. So these are some of the things companies need to do and self-analyze, just to assess, why are people leaving your company? What is the retention rate in your company? Are people employed in January and they leave after 3 months? Or are people serving in your company for the longest? When you have people serving there for like 4, 3, 2 years, that is good. But is there career progression in your company? Or are employees being stagnant in one space? Because stagnation in one place in a company also leads to people being bored, and it lacks the aspect of sociality in terms of the business that we are using. What kind of labor are you using? Are you using slave labor? Because if you're using slave labor, some of the diamonds that were being sold some way back, gold, they were using slave labor. Even clothes. There was a problem with Nike at one time. Nike was using labor from China, what we call sweatshops. They were using labor from China to make those shoes and clothes. And most of the athletes boycotted this industry because of labor that was being used in that space. So that's social aspect. So over to you, Daktari.
So, Daktari, I think it is my whatever video which is having an issue. It was showing me that it's crashing the Zoom. I don't know what crashing means, but I can hear you very well. So I think you can hear me as well, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
So please go to yeah. So I think it also mentioned. So I talked about diversity. I talked about equity, and the last is inclusion. The inclusion here, we want to create an environment where all feel valued. So you don't want to work in an environment where you feel like you are a liability to that particular organization. So then what this really means for businesses is if then you want to say you are ESG compliant, we will want to look at how you have incorporated this diversity, equity, and inclusion in your business when it comes to even the practices of your organization. Next slide, Doc. So in sum, what we can say is that there is a business case for DAY in that it enhances innovation in the sense that you can be able to bring in, you can make employees to think more innovatively when they don't feel like they're being curtailed, or their innovativeness is being curtailed. There is employee engagement. Some employee don't feel sidelined. There is customer understanding. The customer can be able to appreciate your business and understand or appreciate what you are doing. And of course, there is evidence to show that companies that take care of diversity, equity, and inclusion have better financial performance in the long term. So we want to look at the human rights and labor, labor standards. I think the name is now okay. Yeah, human rights and labor standards. Here we look at the UN guiding principles on businesses and human rights. I think there is so much, I mentioned earlier on, there is so much agitation for human rights, especially in the region. And but when you look at the business, we look at these UN guiding principles on business and human rights, which consists of that one principles organized in 3 pillars. I will request that you go read broadly, because really we can't, the length of this session does not allow us to go through all these 21 principles. But look at the case of the number 1, which is the state duty. The state duty to protect human rights. You want to look at the second one, which is the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. So under the first one, we say that it is the responsibility of the state, rather, or a country, to be able to protect the human rights. And we find, for instance, in our country and most other countries, there are laws. In fact, In Kenya, human rights has been enshrined in our constitution, a whole chapter, and so on. So it is a duty then of the state to be able to protect the human rights. And since it is a duty of the state, then if you do not respect human rights in your organization, you will find yourself in a collision course with the law. Number two is the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. So the country protects human rights, but when it comes to your organization, then you need to be able to respect human rights, and not just to say you are respecting human rights, but to be seen to be respecting human rights in terms of how you conduct your business. And lastly, access to remedy. In the event then that somebody is of the view that his human rights are being abused or not respected, the question is, what remedy do they have? Can they take legal action, for instance, and so on and so forth? Can they complain in your organization? Do you have mechanisms to deal with situations where an employee feels that his or her human rights are not respected? So then we look at the labor standards. In this case, we want labor standards simply deal with ensuring, or rather mean ensuring fair wages, safe working conditions, and worker rights. For instance, entitlement to collective bargaining. So fair wages means fair pay for fair work. Yeah, does not necessarily mean high pay, but if I work, when it comes to fair wages, I remember immediately after high school, somebody employed me to do kupaka viti furniture, vanish, is it vanish? Yeah. And he was paying me, I think, 5 shillings per chair and 10 shillings per bed. That was many years ago when I was a young boy. And because I was so hardworking, I did so much of it. And at the end of the day, he told me, no, he can't pay me that amount. It was too much. So he told me now he's going to pay me per day, not per the job done. Of course, you don't consider that one to be fair pay or fair wages. And safe working conditions ensure that your employees are protected where they work, avoid injuries, and so on. What strategies do we are being employed then to ensure that this happens in terms of labor standards? So there is effort to conduct supplier audits using using tools such as SA 8000, which I think will have further explanation going forward for labor compliance. We want to engage suppliers to train suppliers on ethical practices. And we have companies like Nike that have been conducting that one, supplier code of conduct, to ensure you sign that code of conduct that you are going to comply with those practices. We have other examples such as Patagonia Fair Trade Certification, which ensures fair wages, enhancing brand loyalty. And of course, if you are able to show that you practice fair trade, there are also associations. I think there is Association of Fair Trade that will also mobilize its members to be able to support institutions that carry out fair trade practices. Nonetheless, there are challenges to doing this. For instance, we have the problem of complex global supply chain. And like Dr. mentioned earlier on, if you have a product that is being one component that is being produced in China, and in China they have issues of those community, I think is it Rohingya, what do you call them? There are those oppressed minorities really, and that are enslaved in slavery, producing certain products like Dr. mentioned. So how do I then ensure that if, for instance, I'm producing a component in Nairobi that requires another component material to come from China, and then how do I handle now issues in China when I am not in control of them? There are cost pressures in the sense that, yes, I want to comply, but what is the cost of compliance? I remember the other day I wanted, although that is a different thing, I wanted to replace solar, mains electricity with solar. The initial cost of solar really was so much for me, and I decided to put this on hold. So sometimes you also want to ensure that employees are paid well, but the market is not responding in the sense that I'm going to incur a huge cost in terms of paying my employees well, taking care of their safety, and then you have another producer from another country who does not take care of all that, and those products are being imported into your country. They make your products less competitive. So there has been solutions to this in terms of employing technology such as blockchain for transparency, partnerships with NGOs, and so on to be able to address this. Let's move on, Dr. So you need to ensure continuous stakeholder engagement and corporate social responsibility. In doing this, you need to carry out stakeholder identification. Who exactly are your stakeholders? We did mention earlier on in an earlier slide, we talked about these stakeholders, the employees, customers, suppliers, investors, communities, and government. But you need to take care of what is their interest, and what are they interested in, and what is their power. If the stakeholder has significant interest and the stakeholder has significant power, you must make sure then that you take care of them, you address their concerns, otherwise you'll be out of business. Engagement strategies, how do you engage these stakeholders? I think it would be quite interesting if we had a face-to-face session. I hope we'll have one soon, because these are issues that can very well be addressed when we have face-to-face sessions. But more importantly, you want to ensure that there is dialogue with the stakeholders. You want to ensure that you consider these stakeholders as your partners, and create partnerships with them, and institute a grievance mechanism so that if I'm aggrieved with whatever that is done to me by your business, I can be able to, there is a grievance mechanism to handle that. Next, Dr. So in corporate social responsibility, in this case, this is a business commitment to ethical and sustainable practices. I did mention earlier on that this issue of corporate social responsibility is really quite debatable issue, in the sense that some argue for or against corporate social responsibility. But what we want to focus in for purposes of our course here is that the business is being committed to ethical and sustainable practice. So that means this sustainability and ethical practice is institutionalized. It's not something that that we just do accidentally. We want voluntary actions to improve social and environmental well-being, and we find in many cases organizations being involved in tree planting exercises and so on, and so cleaning River Nairobi. And this, you see, the government is also very much involved, but there are also corporates that are involved in the same. I know Dr. Koimbori is a member of the task force that is involved in the cleanup of Nairobi River. I hope finally, Dr. Koimbori, we are able to swim in Nairobi River as the late Motula Kilonso told us that one day we are going to swim in Nairobi River. I hope we'll swim and come out alive.
Yeah, that is the main goal. That is the main goal at the end of the day.
I hope we swim and come out alive.
I can neither comment or deny, but that is the main goal. As experts, we have our limited area to approach, but also remember all these things will only be possible if there is political goodwill. And that is something we'll mention down the line, how political goodwill comes into place. And I think you'll mention it when you're talking about governance.
Yeah, sure. So we want to also enhance stakeholder engagement through sustainable business practices. And that is what we are also doing here, really, that we are also training you to undertake business in a sustainable manner. And you are also our stakeholders. So we are also ensuring that we are helping in this. Yeah, next, Doc. So what then are the governance structures and ethical leadership? What do we mean by governance structures? If we remember, we are talking about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So what are these governance structures then in the organization that ensure we undertake this? So governance structures will include the policies and processes that guide organizational decision making. So what policies have you put in place, for instance, for conservation of environment? Or what policies have you put in place to ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion? What policies have you put in place to ensure that you conserve energy, and so on and so forth? So the key elements here, we look at the board diversity. When we talk about board diversities, if we have a board that comprises 5 members, do we have a situation where all the 5 members come from the same profession, same religion, same tribe, and so on? It will help if we have a board, for instance, that has engineers, accountants, doctors, and so on. That brings in diversity also in terms of gender and so on. And then the independence of this board. Is it possible then that the board just rubber stamps decisions that have just been made by the management and so on? The more the board is independent, the better for this, to be able to implement all these ESG that we are talking about. There should be clear roles of each of these units in the board. For instance, there should be an audit committee, and there's a whole discussion in corporate governance, the role of audit committee, what does it comprise, who does it report to, and so on, to ensure that there is independence in terms of their work, or at least some measure of independence. The importance of having these governance structures in your organization is that it ensures accountability, aligns with stakeholder interests, and supports the ESG goals. So what we are saying here is that we need to have the governance structure that is strong enough so that there is accountability. Because if, for instance, an employee of the organization undertakes certain actions that are considered harmful to the environment or to the stakeholders, what action should be taken? Who is responsible for that? Do we report on those kind of actions and so on? So a diverse board with independent directors, for instance, reduces groupthink and improves risk oversight. And that's why when you have board members who are as diverse as possible, then we don't have a situation where every other board member says, I agree with what so-and-so said, and we move on. I'm not necessarily saying we disagree, but we can't agree with everything. We need to bring in different viewpoints on any issue. So what are the metrics or measures when it comes to board diversity? What is percentage of the board constitutes women and minorities? In terms of independent director ratio, rather we look at independent director ratio. That is in terms of directors, we talk about independent director and we talk about executive directors and non-executive directors. So executive directors are involved in the day-to-day running of your organization. The non-executive directors are directors in the organization, but are not involved in day-to-day running of the organization. Of course, they would be considered more independent than the executive directors. But the question we are asking ourselves then is, what is the ratio of these executive and non-executive directors? What is the frequency of audits? All this will go into the governance that we want to care about in the organization. Because if we carry audit after 5 years, then so much has happened in between and we don't know what to do with it. We don't know what to do with it. Next, Doc. So in terms of ethical leadership, we are saying we are looking at the tone at the top. Tone at the top, we are asking ourselves, what is the board saying, the top management? Or is it just the ordinary mwananchi that is concerned about ESG? Yeah. If it is just the ordinary mwananchi that is concerned about ESG, then we know we are not going too far. So we want to make sure that it is the senior management, first of all, that is the driver of what is happening. The culture of integrity and integrity, transparency, and accountability, so that it is not something that is ad hoc. It is something that is ingrained, it is entrenched in the organization. Exactly. So the code of conduct or ethics, do we have a code of conduct? Does anybody sign that code of conduct, or it is just there for academic reasons, just to show that we have a code of conduct? It would help if we have a function or a working code of conduct. The benefits of this is that it enhances trust, improves your ESG ratings as an organization, and as we mentioned earlier on, it has the effect of attracting investors. And there's example of Microsoft, which has a diverse board and ethical policies, which has boosted its MSCI rating to AAA in 2024, and many other examples. So regulatory compliance and corporate transparency continued. We're looking again at what do we mean by regulatory compliance. Here we mean adherence to laws and regulations. It is argued that in our country, the problem is not whether we have laws and whether we have regulations. It is whether those laws and regulations are being complied with. Do we have compliance programs these are now within the organization? Do we have a program to ensure adherence or internal controls within the organization to ensure compliance? So you can use a number of strategies, for instance, frameworks such as GRI, SASB for standardized reporting, and Dr. is going to mention something when it comes to reporting further. Implement compliance programs, for instance, regular audits, legal training to ensure that this is not a one-off, and so on. So we can go to the next slide, Dr.
Just to mention, I'll be able to talk about the global reporting initiative and also the TCFD and SSFB in the reporting structures for people to understand. So this will be elaborated further later.
Sure. In corporate transparency, this is it means openly sharing financial and non-financial performance with stakeholders. So it is not something that is done. ESG practices are not being done in private. You need to be able to share that information, disclosures. What do you disclose? And this, if you do that, if there is good disclosure to the stakeholders, it has the effect of building trust. It reduces reputational risks and meets investor expectations. I think we have mentioned that one before. And we have cases, for instance, of Unilever that through its transparent ESG reports has been able to increase investor trust in the year 2024. And you can be able to really to do a simple search online to be able to identify companies, many of them that have benefited. Only that here I'm focusing on these very big companies, but you can also find many other companies that have benefited from the corporate transparency disclosures. You can use a number of strategies, for instance, by publishing ESG reports, which include the governance metrics on board diversity audit results. And again, Dr. is going to mention this on reporting. I don't want to mention so much. You need to engage stakeholders, share compliance audits through annual reports and webinars. But you will face challenges in terms of data accuracy. So if your reporting is not accurate, then you may find again other penalties coming in for misleading information. The stakeholder skepticism, and so on. So there are a number of challenges that you are likely to encounter when it comes to bringing in transparency in your ESG report, in your ESG practices. But I think we need to profile ourselves in a way that we can be able to deal with this one, and that is why we are doing this training. Doc? So how do we prevent fraud and corruption policies and ensure investor relations? When it comes to fraud prevention here, we are talking about systems that detect and prevent financial misconduct. For instance, embezzlement, false reporting. I think we have Safaricom, I think, is one of the leading major corporations really that has been very keen to disclose the extent of financial misconduct by its employees. Most organizations are not keen to report this. I think Equity also mentioned, or at least it was mentioned in the media, that it fired, I think, 200 staff for involvement in misconduct involving M-Pesa and other financial malpractices. So we need to be able to have systems then that detect and prevent this misconduct. Otherwise, then we have nothing also to report on. You need to implement internal controls, regular audits, segregation of duties. What segregation of duties means, for instance, is that you don't have the same person. One person, for instance, is the one that is preparing the terms of reference, is the one that is hiring the consultant, is the one determining how much the consultant should be paid, and so on. In that case, then we can be able to say there is no segregation of duties, and of course that perpetuates fraud. The person that is receiving cash should not be the same one that is doing the banking. I know, of course, we have gone into M-Pesa and online banking and so on. We can be able to use technology, AI, to flag anomalies in financial data, especially when you are dealing with large transactions like online transactions. In the year 2001, we had a good example of Enron that collapsed, which highlighted the need for robust fraud controls. I think during your free time, I would suggest you look at the case study of Enron. The collapse of Enron, it was one of the major companies in the US that collapsed in 2001. You look at what exactly happened, what led to the fraud, what investigations were carried thereafter, and the implications for modern day corporate governance. Doc? So you want to look at what are the anti-corruption policies. In this case, we are looking at policies that prevent bribery, corruption, and unethical practices. For instance, Foreign Corrupt Practices Act compliance in developed countries. The strategies here is to adapt a code of conduct to train employees on anti-bribery laws. In Kenya, we have many of them, which again you need to make, you need to go through. And at least we know these issues are entrenched in chapter 6 of the Constitution. So we take these issues very seriously. We need to be able to monitor supply chain, audit suppliers for ethical practices. I mentioned earlier on the challenge with dealing with supply chain. So the challenges here is that global regulatory differences, for instance, what the West, the regulations that are in the West are not the same regulations that are in China. And how to harmonize those regulations is a challenge, because if you produce in the EU or in the US, the regulations are so stringent. If you produce in Indonesia and China and those other countries, they are not so keen, and therefore their production cost is so minimal. And if you're bringing, that's why if you're bringing that product to the EU, they want to impose, either ban it from being sold in the EU, or impose severe tariffs on the same. Enforcement cost. So we need to partner with NGOs, use blockchain for transparency. And there are many other technologies that can be used that we may not be able to discuss due to time limitation. In terms of investor relations, we are looking at communicating governance practices to attract and retain investors, communicating governance practices to attract and retain investors. So in this case, the importance of this is that we're going to have strong governance. You're going to boost your ESG ratings. you're going to lower capital costs and so on. I think I did mention earlier on about the effect of that on our finance costs. In terms of the strategies that we can be able to use, we can be able to use disclose the governance metrics in your reporting. You need to be able to disclose that. Again, that will come later on. But I've talked about already the board independence, for instance, in ESG reports. You need to engage investors. You can host ESG focused investor calls. And as I mentioned earlier on, we hope even through our partnership with KEPSA to be able to engage stakeholders more aggressively on all this. But you can also be able to do it at your organizational, institutional level. And in terms of the benefits of this, we find, for instance, Apple's transparent governance reporting attracted over 4.7 billion in green bonds, $1 billion green bonds in the year 2024. So I want to believe really going forward that we are going to profile our organizations in such a way that we can also be able to attract this funding, even if this funding is not as big as the funding that Apple and others have been able to attract. Dr.
Yeah, if you can come in, this is the end of session 1 and 4, but the request we put a small video again for the remaining 10 minutes, which is very key. But let me hand it over to you, Daktari, if there's anything you need to add before we go into the short break and the session right now. Over to you.
So what I would want to get your responses, the participants, maybe 1 or 2 comments from the presentation that I have made so far. I know a lot is happening in the world that I'm not following so closely because I'm looking at I'm looking at the slides of the presentation. Maybe you can read 1 or 2 comments from the wall. But in the meantime, if you have a comment, you can also raise your hand. I think most of these ones are introductions.
Yeah. So we can take the questions as the video progresses, if that's okay. And then after the video, we can go to answer it.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So let me project it now. Oh, Jackson hands is up as I put up the video. Jackson, you can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I truly want to thank Dr. for the quite elaborate presentation. It has been quite insightful. Just an observation as well on the same, that much as we are pushing for ESG and reporting, which he has brought out so clearly again, what are the measures we may perhaps be keen on to avoid what the exposure of greenwashing? Because in the drumming for, or in the push for compliance and reporting, most particularly again, you may find that we might be quick to capture and report perhaps what some of the projects or initiatives that probably could not be adding much value onto the bigger goal of sustainability. So just keen to know what are the controls, what are the steps being taken, especially as we want to look into the world, the bigger world or the sector of SME.
We want us to respond to each Dr. Yama to...
Yeah, we can respond to that one only, and then we take the others in the chat box so that I can get time to put a clip. So you can take it over and then I'll add something on top of that question.
Okay. So thank you, Jackson. And I will actually say that the issue of greenwashing is a major concern. But maybe just to ask members, what do you understand by greenwashing? Just a quick one. Anybody with an understanding on what greenwashing is? So what we find in practice, really, if I may go in the interest of time, we find that in most cases you find company, because of the pressure to go green, some companies also now have turned to deceptive practices where they falsely promote themselves as producing products that are environmentally friendly to attract consumers and therefore improve their public image without actually doing anything significant in terms of environmental conservation efforts.
Yeah.
And you find many examples, for instance, where a company labels its products as 100% natural, when that product contains quite some harmful products or chemicals, for instance. Or a company advertises its investments in renewable energy, but only what they don't tell us is that that renewable energy comprises a small percentage or a small portion of their energy mix. So this now takes us to the issue of audit and controls that are done to ensure that this doesn't happen. Of course, in practice, it becomes really quite a problem in practice, but we need to be able to strengthen regulations to be able to enforce clear standardized environmental leveling laws. And in some countries, you can find yourself in a lot of troubles, in a lot of problems with the law for misleading information. Yeah, and we are now in a consumer conscious environment where we are so conscious of what exactly you tell consumers. So there are regulations that are meant to increase that, and of course there is that drive to increase transparency in the way reporting is done, and that is why we talk about public disclosure of environmental performance, and so on and so forth. So the more there is disclosures, especially public disclosures, the more we are able to address those issues of greenwashing. Yeah, Doctor, I think you can go on.
Okay. Asante. Thank you so much for that. So let me share my screen here so that people can be able to see this one. It will take only 5 minutes, and then we'll be heading off for the short break so that now you can go back to session, the next session. So let me hope the video is, you can be able to hear it.
Chapter 2, ESG Factors. Now that we have a big picture idea of how ESG supports a company's risk management and business continuity capabilities, let's dive into the issues themselves. We'll be going through key environmental, social, and governance issues that have a material impact on the widest spectrum of industries. First, let's dive into the most prominent environmental issues to be aware of, although not exhaustive, as environmental issues include a wide range of concepts like deforestation, biodiversity health, climate change, natural resource scarcity, and all pollution and waste are financially material to a wide range of industries. In turn, significant issues to be aware of from a perspective of making capital allocation decisions. Let's unpack these a bit. Climate change. Climate change is the ultimate risk accelerant, exacerbating both conventional and ESG-related risks. Rising temperatures, more frequent and intense weather events, including storms, floods, droughts, and wildfires, all significant risks across industries and the economy. If you are a financial analyst for a REIT, for example, climate change presents a portfolio risk to all commercial real estate, and risk assessment should account for how climate change may impact the asset itself, as well as the associated insurance and maintenance costs. Natural resource scarcity. Due to changing environmental conditions, the stewardship of scarce natural resources like water and soil are increasingly important to more industries and vital to the welfare of all stakeholder groups. If you're an analyst conducting due diligence on a multinational food company, it's their approach to managing the risks associated with depleting global water supplies and increasing drought that would be a direct material risk to account for. Pollution and waste. Pollution and waste can have far-reaching risks on companies and portfolios. Pollution and waste can cause serious reputational and reputational risks to a business, like plastic waste or food waste, and can influence product R&D, retail expectations, and consumer requirements. Additionally, pollution can cause health concerns that influence license to operate and can trigger serious legal and regulatory ramifications. For example, beaches littered with plastic waste from the bottled beverage industry will influence local tourism, travel, and leisure industries due to the reduced appeal of these destinations. Analysts responsible for making capital allocation decisions should absolutely be monitoring a company's management of pollution and waste. Environmental issues may not impact a company or portfolio directly, but it will most definitely have a material impact on key stakeholders like customers, consumers, or suppliers. We know that certain industries will have greater risk exposure to environmental issues than others, but as a financial analyst, the single most important environmental issue you need to be aware of is climate change. Climate change presents a wide range of direct and indirect risks to companies. The easiest way to think about them is in terms of three types of risks: physical, transition, and human risk. Physical risks. Physical risks are exactly what they sound like. Climate change can physically impact company assets and surrounding infrastructure, and the assets and infrastructure of key stakeholders, like customers and suppliers. These changes will also influence supply and demand as resource needs change amidst these conditions. Think about coastal communities, how rising tides and flooding will impact local distribution infrastructure and real estate values. Transition risks. Transition risks are a bit more abstract than physical risks. They include shifts in climate and environmental policy, associated technologies, and changing consumer preferences. For example, a multinational invests in a brand new fleet of diesel trucks without following evolving federal legislation and local legislation in key markets. When carbon taxes are passed in key markets, these assets could now be considered sunk costs and/or liabilities. Human risks. Severe weather, rising temperatures, natural resource scarcity, all will result in certain regions being unlivable. Mass migration due to the adverse living conditions could risk the viability of certain geographic markets, local labor force availability, and required infrastructure. Although described separately, the reality is these risks are often interconnected and can exacerbate the impacts of one another. Take the coastal community example. If local infrastructure is damaged by the physical impacts of climate change, local labor forces may be forced to migrate inland due to the economic and human health risks associated with the damage. Local businesses that rely on this local labor force will suffer due to the human resource challenges. Let's look at social factors. There are a wide range of additional social factors to consider, including community engagement and responsible sourcing. The following issues represent significant risks to a wide range of industries, and that's why we've chosen to focus on them specifically. There are also increasing calls for greater disclosure in these spaces by regulatory bodies. Let's examine the risks associated with these factors. Human capital management and welfare. Shortages of skilled labor, uneven wage growth, technology, and evolving market trends are transforming the talent market, making human capital management a key issue. The world's largest investors, like BlackRock, are demanding more comprehensive disclosures on how companies are building the skills, knowledge, and collective capacity of their workforce to improve bottom-line outcomes. This issue will be specifically relevant to less labor-intensive industries, like high-tech, finance, and consulting. In August 2020, the SEC deemed human capital management as a significant material risk, and greater disclosure requirements will soon be a part of standard financial reporting. Product and service safety. Product safety and supply chain oversight is a significant risk to corporate reputation, customer retention, and reparation costs, not to mention regulatory fines. The direct cost for food product safety recalls, for example, is estimated to be approximately $10 million per recall. Human rights and labor management. Investor interest in human rights and labor management has grown in recent years due to some high-profile human rights abuses in brand-name company supply chains. When Nike was accused in the 1990s of knowingly using forced labor in Asia to produce their products, this controversy led to significant college athletic team boycotts, institutional customer losses, and a wide range of consumer protests, all damaging corporate reputation and the bottom line. Labor protests are also a growing material issue due to the risks it poses to business continuity. Whether domestically or abroad, the way in which a company manages its relationship with labor is important to assess when gauging a company, industry, or specific fund's risk exposure. Let's break down the risks and opportunities these social factors can create for a given company. Employees. A mature ESG presence has a direct impact on employee recruitment, engagement, and retention, in addition to greater productivity and performance, all positively influencing the bottom line. A lack of attention to employee investment, engagement, and general welfare can result in significant losses. Annual research from Gallup consistently points to employee engagement's direct impact on corporate profitability and economic stability. Research shows engaged employees result in 21% greater profitability. Disengaged employees cost companies between $450 and $550 billion annually due to absenteeism, burnout, negative health consequences. Customers. Conventional customer preferences, including convenience and price, are shifting to include concepts like environmental sustainability, social impact, and customer experience. A company's ESG maturity can signal to you as an analyst that they are deeply engaged with their customers' evolving needs and unique pressures. Using the Nike labor scandal example, athletic institutional customers were pressured by their constituents to cut business ties with Nike, resulting in revenue loss and loss of key advertising opportunities. On the flip side, using the Unilever example, they were able to access unserved customer bases by supporting the welfare of local shopkeepers selling Unilever products. Communities. The welfare of the communities that grow necessary materials, house assets, and production sites, and supply labor are all inextricably linked to the welfare of company interests. Improved relationships with local communities also enhance the company's license to operate. As an analyst, the financial and in-kind contributions to community causes and the extent of their engagement on community issues can provide insight into how corporations will manage the ESG issues that threaten both the company and the local community.
So, Daktari, let me stop there now for the 15 minutes break, and we'll convene at exactly 11:15. Due to time, we have to keep to the schedule. So with that, let me give you the short break, and then we'll come back to take the questions and we'll progress, and then we'll take a group photo for purposes of record keeping. So over to you. So I've given you the 15-minute break. Let's convene at 11:15, 11:16. That's around 10 minutes due to the sake of time. Yeah, over to you.
Sorry, Daktari, I didn't realize I was muted. I hope you didn't. I was not hearing the sound. Sorry.
Okay. So we'll convene after the break. Let's convene at 11:15 so that they can go for a coffee break or tea break, and then we convene for the report writing of ESG and take more questions. Thank you so much all for attendance. Let's convene at 11:15. So thank you so much. And due to time, we'll have to resume. But for those who have joined us, the earlier request was for those who are joining, please use the chat box, introduce yourself, just your name, your expertise. And if you feel free, you can also mention where you work. If not, just your name and expertise. And also feel free to share your link in the data so that now we can link in the page so that we can search you and maybe connect. So that's good also for networking. So yeah, so I think that's it. Feel free to use the chat box to connect, and also feel free to use the chat box to interact. So the chat box is there for you to use it and to engage.
I will be managing the chat box, Daktari, as you present to see in case of anything.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I don't know if you're in a position on your end to project, or if not, I can just do it.
You are already projecting.
I'm projecting. Okay, no problem.
If I project, I will not be able to manage this other side.
Okay, no problem. Let me do that. So yes, thank you so much for joining us again. Please use the chat box and Daktari will be on that. Raise your questions there. Daktari will still also answer those questions. I also try to answer the questions for session 1. So Daktari will also be doing that in the chat box, and also share your link. And I'm very sure also Daktari will be able to share his email and other information in the chat box. So keep the chat box.
And Daktari, there
open.
is a question. Somebody, Jackson, is asking whether the presentations will be sent. I think they will receive the presentations.
Yes, the presentation will be shared. That is part of the package. And also you'll get another PDF document of keynotes that will help you move around. And also a certification that will come after completing the assignment that will be given to you at the end of the day, a 1-week assignment. So this engagement will also tell you how you'll be able to benefit by getting this certification. And I believe you'll get value for money because now you'll be in a position to attend panel discussions, give talks on ESG. And some of these talks also are payable and they are chargeable, apart from you benefiting your company. So let me go back to the discussion. So on ESG reporting, just to give you a brief recap on what has happened in session 1 to 4, it was an introduction to ESG. What do you need to understand about E, S, and G? The environmental, social, and governance. What is the history around it from the year 1700 up to now? We had the CSR, the corporate social responsibility. We came to all these things, and then finally, deliberations agreed that even from MDGs to SDGs, and then the agreement came to ESG. So ESG is very, very key, and you have gone through the introductory part to understand what is environment, what are the key areas there, social and governance. So when it comes to reporting, I'll now be taking you through the course to undertake how to develop a key ESG report for your company, which is very, very key. And you will save your company a lot of money as opposed to them looking for a consultant to develop that report. So you can develop that report for your company. And I believe after this session, we'll develop a WhatsApp group for all these trained participants so that we can be engaging and interacting from time to time. And maybe when you need services from us to come and help your company to maybe develop it better, the ESG reporting aspect. So when it comes to reporting aspect, what we usually start with is set of governance structures. Let's assume your company is very new to ESG. It has nothing to, it has never set any undertaking on ESG. It doesn't matter whether you're in the building sector. I've seen people in the building sector in the chat box. That's why I'm saying you put your expertise or area where you're working at. I've seen people in the law society. I've seen people in the finance sector, transport sector, agricultural sector, educational sector, and people are wondering, how do I apply ESG in my sector? ESG is very, very key. And I said, 4 key people who are very fundamental in this sector are 1, the employees. Number 2, we are talking about the investor. The investors work hand in hand with the finance people here. They work hand in hand with the lawyers in the group here and many other people. Also, we are talking about the community, very key people within our key undertakings. And so these are some of the key people that we need to look out for, from investors, from employees, from the community. So these are key people that we need to look out for, especially when it comes to ESG matters. So when it comes to ESG, we need to do a set of governance structures. And in governance structures, part of the ESG is what establishment do you have within your business or within your company. Most of these companies nowadays, you're seeing them advertising positions for sustainability officer, climate change officer. That is, they're trying to set governance structures. You cannot be talking about ESG reporting, yet you don't have the governance structures. So establish a governance structure is the first step. That is, secure board and executive buy-in and ESG committee and appoint a dedicated ESG team. So the first thing you need to ask yourself, does your company have an ESG team or an ESG department or an ESG officer? That is the first thing you should take to your board or CEO to get a buy-in from them. And after that, then they will advertise for that position or they will source for it internally. Number two is perform a situational analysis. You need to understand the company strategy and stakeholder landscape. Assess the ESG impacts. Situational analysis is every company has a different approach to ESG. Somebody who is dealing in agriculture, when it comes to environment, climate change is a big issue. Water scarcity is a big issue to them. The law society or the people working in the law sector, maybe for them, they are dealing with clients and their clients are in various sectors. So yes, climate can be a big issue, especially advising their clients where to invest, where to buy a piece of land, because the lawyers have done their survey and they have understood that certain areas are prone to floods, certain areas are prone to mudslides. So you cannot tell your investor as a lawyer, when you're drafting the letters, go and invest in X and Y. That is part of you doing due diligence. So situational analysis is very important. And then we have material assessment. Identify and prioritize key ESG issues for action. That is, what are the ESG issues for action for your company? Specifically for your company, what services are you dealing with within the value chain that you believe that ESG is very component? The aspect of environment, the aspect of social, are you using human labor within the value chain? Where are you based? Are you based within the manufacturing sector that is at the top of the value chain or at the end? And then value strategy creation is very, very key. You need to develop a strategy to manage risks and leverage opportunities tied to the material ESG topics. Data and content development. There is an aspect of data collection. Either quantitative or qualitative data collection is very, very key. And we'll be talking about a few softwares that you can use. But the most common one and cheapest that people use is where you do either the use of questionnaires, the use of Google Forms. You can use any other method, but a software is needed or a dashboard for you to be able to do monitoring on a regular basis every year, so that you update your data. And then you have assurance. Ensure credibility through internal audits and external third-party assurance. Once you do data collection, you need a third party to do what you call quality checks. And I'll be talking about the ESG frameworks that are globally understood and accepted that you can use to ensure that the aspect of credibility, you are not falling culprit to it. And then publication is the last bit. Once you develop an ESG report, this is not an internal report that you hide. It is supposed to be public so that it can be accessed by your employees, can be accessed by the investors, can be accessed by all these people, the community, the people that are invested within your company. So yes, this is information that needs to be made public for you and others to access. And this will increase the revenue stream into your company. You're trying to attract investors. Remember, an ESG report is like one of the best dresses or suits that you have. This is something that you wear when you go for an interview. So you need to make sure your ESG report, as much as you want to make it beautiful, it shows the true reflection. It doesn't matter if you have not met certain criteria. ESG report provides an avenue for identifying a risk and then providing a solution or mitigation measure. As much as your company has only men employed in your company, that is a social issue. You'll be having a negative score on the social part, but you'll have a recommendation part by saying, in the next 5 years, we plan to make sure that our company has absorbed 10 women. So you have a recommendation. So it doesn't mean that you need to put everything in your report positively. There is a negative aspect, but there is a positive part where you're putting recommendations and the timeline that you need to amend those. So yes, ESG report shows a work in progress. If your company has met all these things, then you don't need an ESG report. An ESG report is a progress report. And I don't believe every company in the world has met this criteria. So moving on to the next slide is in terms of ESG report. Reports come in 4 typical categories. What we're talking about, we have basic reports, we have standardized reports, we have assured reports, and we have integrated reports. I have put examples on those columns. An example of a basic report you can go and search online is can be the 2019 sustainability report of Bosodi Sagore KFT, which is a public document. I said all these reports are public documents. What is a basic report? These are considered to be non-financial reports disclosing information on environment, social, and governance. So it does not have a financial aspect of the company, because also remember, financial data is very key. Companies don't divulge finance information to the public. So basic reports don't have the financial aspect. When you go to standardized reports, these reports developed in accordance with reporting standards. So the reporting standards, as I said, are the GRI and the rest. So this is what we will be focused on mostly, the standardized reports. And then assured reports. These are standardized reports developed according to a standard that can be and are externally assured by an independent third party. So when you look at standardized reports and assured reports, both of them have global representation. These are not internal. They are not like the basic reports where they don't use a standardized report. But what we're aiming for is to use a standardized and assured report. But maybe for now, you can start with a basic report within your company that will guide towards coming up with a standardized and assured report that will call for the use of other global parameters. Integrated reports, these are reports developed according to an integrated reporting standard, representing the company's performance from both financial and ESG aspects. So some of these reports, as much as I said, these reports are supposed to be made public, when it comes to integrated reports, because it has a financial report of company, some of them are made internal and shared to investors directly or to their company members. So some of these are internal or are only provided upon request from investors. So they are not usually made public, as you can see. I'll be able to share with you later on. Nairobi Stock Exchange ESG report does not have financial aspect. It does not have a financial aspect. So that means that it is not an integrated report. But also they have used global reporting information. So this one means that it is not a basic report. It is a standard report. But again, they have used, they have not confirmed whether they have used a third party to verify it independently, of which I think they have. So that means that that is an assured report because they have used a third and an independent third party to verify. When you use internal parties within your company to verify, that is not assured. Assured needs an independent party, third party, who is neutral and not affiliated to your company. When you go to the key ESG reporting standards, you have seen a few names being flaunted here and there. I'll just mention the top 4 reporting standards, which are globally accepted. The first one is GRI. When you hear GRI, that is the Global Reporting Initiative. This was the first one that was developed way back in 2000, if I'm not wrong, 2008, 7. And this is one of the oldest around. And the GRI incorporates a few things. It is a modular covering universal, that is governance. It covers topics specific such as emissions, labor practices, which fall under social. It is also applicable across sectors. That's why most people prefer GRI, because it is applicable across sectors. Which sectors are these? E.g. manufacturing. So us within the private sector, we prefer global because most of our businessmen and women are within this manufacturing sector. On waste management also, on tech farms and all that. Examples are Unilever, Nairobi Stock Exchange, who are members of KEPSA, and they have been using GRI to report on sustainable sourcing, that is reducing stakeholder, just a minute, yes, reducing stakeholder skepticism about its supply. So you can see the chart here and how it has been able to outlay these functions. There's an aspect of environment, there's an aspect of social, there's an aspect of economic. You can see they have leveraged a lot on this. And as much as governance is not listed here, governance is there because there's a huge intersection between social and governance. Governance affects social. Social is about the employees, the composition, the diversity, the inclusion. So all these things are affected by governance. What is the governance structure in your company? The governance, they're the people who come up with the laws, regulations, transparency, accountability. So if the governance is negative, then the social part of the company will also be affected. So that is the structure of the Global Reporting Initiative. And then when you come to number 2, we're talking about Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. That is the second reporting framework. So this is another one that obviously other companies prefer. An example, a retail company reports on labor practices, and they are saying SSB industry-specific matrices focus on water usage for beverages and data security. So they are very strong on matters to do with greenhouse gases inventory, air quality, matters to do with energy management, water, waste hazardous. When it comes to social part, they are very key on human rights, data security. So if you look at the difference between sustainability accounting and maybe the aspect of GRI, that is, when you look at sustainability accounting, SSB, they are mostly having a key focus on data security. How do you protect your employees' data, which is very key? Data security is very key. And this is one key issue that I've seen in government institutions, especially NGOs. If you're worked in an NGO, they will give you a separate phone, their company phone, that has security encryptions and cannot be stolen, cannot be cracked, cannot be hacked. And then once you leave the company, you return the phone to them. I've seen this working also in other government institutions, like people who work in the office of the president. They usually have other phones that they're supplied by the institution. That is to ensure data security so that we don't fall into the issues of losing data and hackers. Because if a hacker goes into a company, hackers are able to go into your company data through an employee's phone or laptop. Once they go there, they'll get sensitive information that can cause your company to collapse, that can release sensitive data, especially in the banking sector. If somebody releases all the financial transactions in various banks, it can lead to collapse of that bank and even companies. And you know, currently, I don't want to mention Kenya, maybe Africa, maybe globally, corruption is there. So once you start releasing information, and that's why you see most investors, they want to invest their money in countries such as Switzerland and other countries, and even Dubai, where they don't release information when it comes to banking and financial transactions. So those are some of the things we need to look out for. And I believe information was mentioned that Equity Bank, which is also a member of KEPSA, fired a few employees because of malpractice around data security, releasing information of your clients. So if you want to use sustainability accounting standards board, it's very key on data security, but they have other avenues that they provide. So investors use SSB reports to assess risks that could affect stock prices. So it means also people within the stock industry, those who are within trading, this is a very good reporting framework, as opposed to the first one, which I was talking about, that is the GRI as one of the reporting standards. Going to the third one is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. I'm happy to say that I'm part of the task force within Kenya that is within the climate-related financial disclosures within Kenya. And within this task force, what happens is this is concentrated mostly on issues to do with carbon and carbon credits, and issues to do with climate-related issues. So this is a reporting framework that is key on matters climate, which fall under environment. And you can see as much as they have governance issues, yes, their main mandate around is issues to do with climate. So a bank uses TCFD, that is climate, the task force on climate-related disclosures, to disclose how climate risks affect its loan portfolio, reassuring investors about risk management. And this is very, very key. So yes, even financial institutions require an ESG report so that they can advise their investors. And I told you, some of the key people in ESG, apart from employees, the community is investors. Yes, they need to reassure the investors about their risk management and some of the investments they want to go into in terms of acquiring some of these resources. The fourth one is integrated reporting. This one is a utility, an example is it encourages holistic thinking, unlike standard alone ESG reports. So this one has a lot of metrics it is looking at. One, there is human aspect, there is political aspect, there is natural aspect, social aspect, physical aspect, and financial aspect. So it depends on what do all these reporting standards provide based on your company. So maybe your company can decide to use GRI. Your company can decide to use SSB. Your company can decide to use TCFD. So it depends either you want to use which option, but all this boils down to what did you get from the initial analysis where you are doing situation analysis and you needed to do material analysis. What is your company really looking at within ESG? So once you identify what your company is focused on, then you'll be able to identify which reporting standard do I want to use. When it comes to the ESG ratings and their impacts on investment, I remember when I told you that why do we need to do all this ESG reporting? Once you do ESG reporting, you need a third party to do the verification. Because if you do the verification on your own, it's possible for you to give yourself the highest score. And the scores, I will show you a chart that shows the scores. If you give yourself the highest score, then you will fall into the bracket of greenwashing that we saw with other automobile companies, greenwashing, where they were giving false data on their activities on reducing carbon emissions, environmental conservation, so that they can attract investors. But in the long run, they were actually doing the opposite. So you need to have a third party to verify your data, and these third parties are globally recognized. So when you look at what are ESG ratings, these are evaluations, evaluate a company's sustainability performance, scoring it on based of environmental, social, and governance criteria. It is used by investors to assess risk, return potential, and alignment with ethical values. So key players within these ESG ratings, and these are the third-party players we're talking about. Number one is MSCI, that is Morgan Stanley Capital International. They are known to offer scores to companies with the highest score being AAA. That is, if you're given AAA, you're considered as a leader. You're a leader. You're a leader, top AAA. And then you have CCC and others. If you are the last person, they say you are a laggard. A laggard from the word last. Somebody who is leading the last is a laggard. So these ratings, they have different colors. AAA, you'll get green colors. Maybe CCC, you'll get red colors. So it varies from red, yellow, and then red to show where you are. So, and then the other one is Sustainalytics. This is another key player that you'll have to look out for as a third verifier, third party independent verifier. They assess ESG risks, either categorizing them as low or severe. You see the other ones are categorizing them as AAA or CCC. That is the highest being AAA, the lowest being CCC. But for Sustainalytics, they assess them according to low and severe. When you have a low ESG rating, low ESG rating, it means your risk level is very, very low. When you have a severe ESG rating, Risk rating means your risk is very, very high. So you can look into this. So when you look at these scores, going to the first one, that is the MSCI ESG score, which I told you they use AAA and CCC. These are the matrices or key indicators they look out for. In environment, they look for climate change, natural capital, pollution and waste, and environmental opportunities. And I've indicated what they look for within each and every key criteria. Within social pillar, there is an aspect of human, product liability, stakeholder opposition, social opportunities. There are avenues they look out for each one of those. And then lastly, we have governance. Within corporate governance and corporate behavior, there are things they look out for. Either the pay, what is the salary scale, how much do you pay people, privacy, responsibility, accounting. So these are some of the things they use. When it comes to the score, I was initially mentioning, AAA is the leader. You can look at it at the top there. It's green in color. And the adjustment score has a rating of 8.5 to 10. And then AA is still a leader, but the rating score goes from 7 to 8.5. And then you have A, and then you have BBB, BB, and then you have B, the last being C, CCC. CCC means laggard. That is company lagging, from the word lagging or last, lagging in its industry based on its high exposure and failure to manage significant ESG risks. They are categorized as B or CCC. So that is the lowest rating. So if an investor asks for your books and they see this kind of report, then they will be reluctant to invest in your company, to buy things from you. But yes, at the same time, they can invest in your company depending on some of the mitigation measures you have put to ensure that you move away from CCC, which is the last one, to the top one as an improvement. There are things you have put which you want to put as measures to mitigate why you are in that level. So yes, this is the rating system. And I believe once you're developing the report for your company and you collect data on social, and on social, you'll not collect data on everything. I expect if you're working in your company, when it goes to the column of social, what do you want to look out for? You go to the human resource person in your company. You ask them, can you provide me with the data of the staff? If not, how many people have you employed? 20. Out of 20, how many are men? 18. How many are women? 2. So that one tells you the rating score on the social aspect, on the inclusion and diversity in your company is very, very low. And then you'll be able to advise in that report, you are a human resource person, please, we need to increase our gender ratio. Because there are some grants. I usually write grants and proposals for KEPSA, and we look for money outside. And you find the donor is saying, you must provide your employee database. How many men and women are in your company? If that balance is not okay, then you will lose that money. So that's what I'm saying. You cannot be requiring grants and looking for grants within gender, maybe issues touching on women, and your company does not have a single woman or lady working in your company. So that one is a very huge risk. And then on environment, you look at which key criteria do I want to focus on. You cannot touch on everything. It depends your company is invested in which part of the environment part. Are you invested mostly on climate? Is water the issue in your company? Is the issue of solar energy, renewable energy, sustainability? There are some people who are focused on sustainable finance. Sustainable finance is very, very key. And that one also falls within the aspect of environment. How are you making your company sustainable, either sustainably in terms of finance? So that is it in terms of these ratings. And then when now you go into the MSCI ESG ratings, the same one, just to compare it further. You can see, you can develop a chart like this. Once you collect data from your company, in the data analysis part, you can put an output like this as a chart and say, based on some of the key areas I was focusing on, maybe on environment, the rating is 8.9. Maybe on social, which key indicator were you looking at in your company on social? I was looking at employee ratio, men, women. I was looking at retain, the capacity to retain employees. If your company is losing employees day in, day out, your company is changing employees every day, it means you're actually having a low scale on social. And what is the risk of that to your company? The financial implication is your company will be losing a lot of money, because losing an employee and recruiting an employee, recruiting requires a lot of money, time wastage, and also you have lost somebody you have trained to go to another company. So there is a risk that your company will suffer, and investors will be looking at this. An investor is dealing with person X in your company for 4 months. After that, you give them another person because the other person had gone away. So you see, you are going to lose investor confidence, which is very, very important. And then governance is another one. What is the structure? Does your company have an ESG department? Has it employed an officer? If it doesn't have a department, has it employed an ESG officer? Or they usually call them sustainability officers, or any other term that who are people who are mandated by ESG. Does it have or not? That rating we'll be looking at. And I think somebody in the chat box said, people are focused mostly on environment in companies. They forget social and governance, which is very true. Most of us, even when waking up, going to work, when you see it's Monday, you feel as if it's the end of the world, because you don't have the drive to go to work. You don't have the drive to go and work. That is an issue of governance. Maybe the structure of the company is only advocating for competition as opposed to teamwork. People are working in silos as opposed to teamwork. It kills innovation. In terms of social, people are leaving jobs day in, day out. There's lack of team building. There's lack of a career progression. You have been in that career for the last 10 years or in that level. There's no room for career progression. You need to have a talk with your human resource person and give them recommendations that, yes, we need to do career progression. We need to be skilling our people. Have a program on skilling that every year or every quarter of the year, there must be a skilling program for your employees, for them to upscale themselves. When it goes to Sustainalytics, ESG rating, remember I said they use categories of low to severe, low risk to severe risk. When you have a low risk, the better. Remember, in this other MSCI, the higher the number, the better. If you're having a number close to 10, then you're in a very good position. The lower the number, the worst for you. But in Sustainalytics, the lower the number, the better. The higher the number, the worst. So you can see the way these two are employing their key criteria in rating ESG. So in Sustainalytics, the lower the number, the better. The higher the number is the worst for you. So people, they will be looking at them differently. So Sustainalytics are looking at the risk part. They are looking at the glass half full. What is the risk part? But when you look at MSCI, they are looking at what do you have. So all of them, they are looking at the glass, but differently. One of them are looking at the glass half full. The other one is looking at it, the other in terms of what will I fill this glass with? What do I have? Do I have water half glass? That's okay. Somebody else is looking at it as the glass is half empty. So it's the way they are looking at it. So that's how the ratings affect each other. So these are the two recognized ratings that we have, Sustainalytics and MSCI. So it is up to you to decide in your report, when you're developing your report, which ones do I want to use? Do I want to rate my company according to the risk level, or do I want to rate my company in terms of what do we have and where is it in terms of MSCI? So this is the rating one. And how do they get the average? So as much as you do a rating for each and every level, if you look at this chart, environment scored 6.25, social scored 7.5, governance 12. And then they combined all those three. If you can look from that chart. So the average of all those three, it came to 23 out of 100. So they fell under medium risks. But before you reach here, you must provide the rating, the risk rating for each and every category before you go into this. And remember, before you get also the risk rating for environment, you must get the risk rating for each key performance indicator within the environment. Let's say you have climate, you have water, you have waste. Each must have its own risk level so that it can become a summative level average for environment. Social, 7.5. It means I should get key indicators for elements within social that are key for you. And how will you get the key elements for social? You'll go back to those charts I showed you in the ESG reporting framework. GRI, SSSB, they all have avenues and what are they looking for within each and every category. And then you can say, I will go with GRI. So those are the key indicators within GRI. I'll go with SSB. Those are the key indicators within SSB. I'll go with IR. Those are the key indicators within IR. So it's up to you now to identify which key indicators do I want to use among those ones that have been indicated previously that I showed you. And then you'll also determine the scoring module you want to use. And these ones fall within the third-party verifiers. And then how ratings are assessed. Here we're talking about the methodology. And with this one, I won't go into this deeply because I mentioned that within the ratings that we're talking about, it depends whether you want to use a risk assessment or an MSCI method. When you look at the ratings, we have different reporting methods. You have been hearing talk around town on matters to do with carbon credits, carbon reporting, greenhouse gases inventory. All these are reporting standards within the environmental part. You can try to do a greenhouse gas inventory for your organization. How much greenhouse gases is your company emitting? What are the recommendations? Use LED lights, use energy-saving lights, create more windows, reduce the use of indoor cooling systems and increase lighting systems. Use natural wind, create more open windows. Be opening windows in your company as opposed to using internal cooling systems. Switching off the lights in your building or in your company, but opening up windows for enough light. So these are some of the things that will give us recommendations in your report. Remember, the main important of it understanding ESG is to develop an ESG report. ESG report, in short, is like you are trying to do a future analysis. You're trying to look into the future. What are some of the losses and risks that your company will be able to suffer in the future, and you can avoid them now by putting measures. So if you can develop a report like that and give to your CEO and so that he can be able to save money in the future, that is a good thing. If you can give it to your investors so that you can be able to get more investors because you're attracting your company. It's like repainting your company. You're repainting your company, you're rebranding your company, so investors see your company in a different light. That's a very good thing. So yes, these are things, and then you create employee satisfaction. Your employers are encouraged to come to work. They're encouraged to work in your company because out of ESG, you have understood that they were being underpaid and you decided to increase their salary. You understood that your company members have issues with psychology, mental issues. They have stress issues from work, burnout. And then you organize team building efforts. You put more workers in a department. You have 2 people instead of 1 person, so that if 1 person goes on sick leave, and then the human resource person tries to work with employees to give them leave days, and those who are not taking leave days are encouraged to take them. So those are some of the team building and things that will make your company progress into the future. So the impact on investment decisions, as I said this, when you develop an ESG report, there are key people. I mentioned 4 key people. I'm forgetting the 4th one. I don't know why. There are 4 key people. Investors is number 1. Employees is the second one. We have investors, employees, customers, and there's a 4th one. Yeah?
Community.
Yes, the community. So I have investors, employees, customers, and community. These are the key people who you are targeting. You are targeting employees so that they can continue working for you for the longest. not every time they are leaving your company. Number two, you're targeting customers so that you can get more people into your door, into your business. You're targeting investors and you're targeting the community. Communities are very important because if you degrade the community will go up in arms and say, we want this company closed. And that is part of this. So the investment decision is one, high ESG ratings attract capital from sustainability-focused funds. There is money that is given to companies if you have an ESG report. That money is known as sustainability-linked loans. A company in KEPSA known as EABL, East Africa Breweries Company, they have received money known as sustainability-linked loans because they were able to show that they were able to employ SDG in their company. One of the SDG is water conservation. EABL are now recycling the water within their company to make more beer. So the water that they were using initially to cool the engines, wash the bottles and throw it away in the rivers, they are no longer doing that. They are recycling that water again, making it more clean and using it in the bottles again to make more beer. So they are getting money because they have shown the aspect of recycling water. And that is part of ESG. Maybe they identified in their ESG report, they identified that one of the environmental issues that is costing our company a lot of money is water wastage. So somebody came up with a risk and said, water is a risk. What is the solution? Why can't we recycle this water? That is a recommendation that was put in the ESG report. So that means that then before their ESG rating on water or environment was bad, either when you're using MSCI or you're using Sustainalytics. But now they have improved it. So it means that they are doing very good on environmental matters. Poor ratings can lead to divestment or higher borrowing costs. Now, in 2023, ExxonMobil faced investor pressure to adopt greener strategies after receiving a low ESG score, promoting the company to reconsider aspects of its environment policies and emission targets. People are becoming environmentally conscious. Gone are the days when people used to go to supermarkets and buy something without looking at how is that company giving back to the environment. It will reach a point, even people going to the petrol stations, they will no longer be buying fuel if that company is not to pollute and not give back to the society. So those are some of the things that ESG reporting has an implication on. And then when you go to some of the case studies, because case studies are very important. Number one is Unilever. The chart on your left, it shows that when Unilever adopted ESG using the ratings of MSCI, that is the AAA to the CCC, if it is very low, it boosted investor confidence, increasing stock demand and lowering capital costs. And you can see from 2021, the ESG initiatives increased and the stock prices, when you look at the y-axis, the stock prices increased when the ESG initiatives increased. So there's a good correlation between stock prices increasing and ESG initiatives increasing. People wanted to buy more stocks and invest in Unilever because they were environmentally conscious or they were environmental stewards. They were good environmental stewards. When you go to Volkswagen, somebody mentioned about greenwashing. In 2015, Volkswagen, it put out a report, a fake report, saying that their vehicles, I think that was in July, the beginning, when you look at the right chart on 2015 July, they put a report by saying our vehicles are don't emit carbon, they are very clean. They use so many fake things to show that their vehicles are environmentally friendly. But the report was a fake report. So when a third party came in to verify their data, that is MSCI or Sustainalytics, they identified that this guy had a poor ESG score. So I believe having a poor ESG score, it means they use MSCI. Because if they had used Sustainalytics, then we could have been talking about they had a high environmental risk. But when you're talking about a poor ESG score, it means they were using MSCI. So it means they were given maybe CCC. And what happened in 2015, October, after that report? Because I said ESG reports must be made public. Once this report was made public in October 2015, not 2015, from August, when you look at from August to July 2015, the stocks started declining. And in October 2015, they realized something is wrong. And now they started to do the right thing and to follow the procedures. And from 2015, shares started increasing. But you can see they never recovered. They never recovered to go back to where they were in July 2015. So that's a case study for that. So session 5, looking into ESG reporting and disclosure frameworks. I hope we are on time. We should be at around 11:45 for this one, but I think everything is okay. So when you're looking at ESG reporting and guidance on this, it tells you and it shows you that practical guidance on ESG disclosures and data management. You need to identify relevant stakeholders and their needs. I told you this. When you're doing the first step of situational analysis and material analysis, you need to do stakeholder mapping. Identify the people in your company who you deal with. Are they investors? Are they customers? Are they employees? Are they community or are they regulators? And then you need to identify what is their key issue. So doing a stakeholder mapping, conduct surveys or interviews to understand their priorities. I expect each and every one of you, when you're doing the report, you'll do a small Google survey. A Google survey, you put it out to your members, to your customers, asking them, or to your employees, asking them a few questions on environment, on social, on governance. What are the key issues in our company? What are the governance issues that you might want to see changed in our company? What are the employees' issue? Are we overworking you? And what do we need to do? Do you believe, what are the recommendations, team building, this and that? So align report with stakeholder expectations. So use GRI for broad transparency and SSB for investor focused metrics. So you see all these reporting standards I told you, GRI, SSSB, IRI, all this you can use depending on what you want as the outcome. So when you're doing stakeholder mapping, this is a very key undertaking. You need to do this kind of analysis in terms of government and major stakeholders. Who are the people that you need to keep satisfied? You need to keep the government satisfied and major shareholders. Government can close your business if you are not following and you're not implementing some of the ESG undertakings. You're polluting the environment. You expect the government to come to you and close your business. So you need to keep the government satisfied. You have major shareholders in your company. You need to keep them satisfied. Who are the people you need to manage closely? Investors, you need to manage them closely. Regulators and policymakers. Who are the people you need to monitor? Suppliers and partners, and media and public opinion. Media and public opinion is very, very key. If you have a bad ESG rating, and remember these reports are made public, NTV, Citizen can take this information and share it in the media, and you'll have a very bad ordeal. You have seen companies in Kenya, some of them, that have bad work relations. They have nepotism and many other things, and governance, poor governance, being limelighted in the TV and losing clients day in, day out. When you go to keep informed, who are the people you need to keep informed? Employees. You need to keep them informed that yes, these are the measures we are doing, that yes, we are planning to increase your salary, that yes, we are planning to have a team building session in December every year. Yes, we are planning to do this and that. Your employees, you need to assure them of job security. Some companies, you're not sure whether you'll be there tomorrow or not. And that's why some companies also develop code of ethics. Code of ethics. If your company does not have a code of ethics, it means that you have failed in the social part and even governance, because I told you social and governance goes hand in hand. Code of ethics is very, very important, and other reports for your company and employees to sign. Communities, like KEPSA, we have a KEPSA Foundation. KEPSA Foundation works with the communities. We do tree planting, we give to the community, When we had the mudslides and floods in Nakuru, in Naivasha, we went there as KEPSA Foundation. We donated food and blankets. Recently, we had the World Environmental Day and tree planting sessions. We go and plant trees. How do you give back to the community? So your company must look into how do they give back to the community? Do you have days, or your company just works for money and you don't have days designated for tree planting, giving to the community, doing this rehabilitation? So that's an aspect that will fail, especially when it comes to environment. What are you doing to give back to the environment? Because every company pollutes. Even your company, everybody drives a car to work. You are contributing to carbon emissions. And I believe we talked about scope 1, 2, and 3 of carbon emissions. If I do a greenhouse gas inventory of your company, I'll be able to tell you your company is emitting carbon to this level. I'll come and do a greenhouse gas inventory of your company. I will count how many employees are in your company, how many have personal vehicles, what is the lighting system in your building? Are you using LED? Are you putting your lights on every day? What are the energy sources you are using? Do you have enough lighting? And I'll tell you, this is the amount of carbon you're emitting. Mitigation measures, how are you removing that carbon you have produced since morning? Are you planting tree? Some of you here have never even planted a tree, even a single tree. Even a single tree. So that means that you are not offsetting your carbon. So in the ESG, you must have a recommendation and say, as a company, we plan to plant trees, 10,000 trees every year, 10,000 trees every year. So an investor will look at your books and say, oh, so this company is planting trees, and this is the amount of carbon they're emitting. Yes, because we have 10 employees, they use vehicles, they use Uber. That is carbon emission. How are you? Or you can say, our employees don't use personal vehicles, they use Uber. And if they're using Uber, they use electric Ubers. That is the undertaking and understanding that every employee must use an electric Uber, either a vehicle or a motorcycle, but electric. And I think if you go to your applications, either Uber and all these transport services, there is an option for electric vehicles. And some of you just go there and book a vehicle that is close to you without looking at, is it electric? Is it not? So those are part of the ESG kind of mapping that you need to monitor. So when you go to these areas, and I talked about these 3 pillars that will inform you in doing material analysis, the themes and the environment are there. The ESG issues, you'll be able to look into this chart and say, maybe in my company under climate change, we are having an issue of product carbon footprint. We're having a problem of electronic waste, maybe you're in the e-waste. What are the opportunities in renewable energy that we can invest in our building? I saw somebody here working in the building sector. They can go into environmental opportunities and look into ESG issue, talking about opportunities in green building. That's an issue they can look into as part of the ESG reporting and say, in terms of ESG, in environment, we have a score of this in green building because of this and that. So these are some of the issues that you can look at as an MSCI ESG issues and themes. And these are the things that MSCI looks at. If your issue is not falling under this chart, then you need to look into a different kind of reporting framework that captures it. But are you using MSCI that is looking into the glass half full of water? Or do you want to use Sustainalytics that will be looking at the glass in terms of it is half empty? So are you looking at the glass half full of water, or are you looking at the glass as half empty of water to determine your rating score? So when it comes to setting clear objectives and metrics, it's very important. You need to determine the objectives and metrics in your report. I think I'll give you a sample report for you to look at so that you can identify how to develop that metrics. You need to come up with an objective. What is the objective of your report? What do you want to attain? I want to make sure my company reduces the footprint, increases investor confidence. All these things you need to put in your report. The steps define your goal. I want to reduce carbon emission in my company by 20%. So select the metrics also. Within your report, you'll tell me, we have decided or we are going to use this report, GRI for emission data, or SSB for industry specific. So it is up to you to determine which reporting standard, which metrics of measuring do you want to use, all these things. which reporting standard and which category, either MSCI or Sustainalytics. So going to the other is the use of technology and data analytics. It is very key to understand that the use of data is very key. Data helps you in data collection, but some of these softwares are very expensive. If you don't have the money, if the company has, it's okay. If you don't, you can use a website developer to come to your website and develop a certain clickable link in your website, just another hacking link. Because in your website, if you open the website of your companies, I will get homepage, company information, employees, blah, blah, blah. Put another segment known as ESG report. So that if I go to your website, I'll go to ESG and look into the data that you have uploaded as the report if you don't want to use the software. So technology improves data accuracy, streamlines reporting, and enhances credibility. Because remember, let's say you have an employee, an ESG officer in your company. Due to one reason or the other, the person leaves your company. Who will be left to handle that ESG documentation? Then you don't have anybody. And then you remain stagnant for 5 years without collecting data, relying on 2019 report. That's what I'm saying. When you have a dashboard where information is fed, it leads to what we call institutional knowledge. If somebody leaves your company, the information remains there so that somebody else can come and pick it up and feed in and say, in 2020, this is what happened. The number of employees, men versus women, increased. In 2022, somebody updates it. So there's data, and if an investor comes and they will see your data from 2015 to 2025, and it can even develop a chart to say they were here, now they are there. And I think I've shown you 2 charts of Unilever and Volkswagen. The charts, they have data from every year so that they can now assess and say, we have increased and changed. They can give investors by saying, investors, please buy stocks from our company. You can see our stocks have increased because from 2015, our stocks increased because we had implemented ESG investments. So that's very, very key. So softwares are very key. And ESG software is in Ablon, you have Sephora, but some of these softwares are not free. You need to pay for them. I was trying to look at some of the free softwares that I can give you as examples to use. Some of them required you to use trial versions and then you pay. But I'm still looking for them. But as I said, we'll form a WhatsApp group and I'll be able to at least find a few that you can use at as a free software. But for now, we don't have. But I believe you can still undertake ESG reporting without that software. So the other topic 6 is on aligning ESG goals with corporate objectives, which is very key. I said, before you develop any report, make sure that you have incorporated the aspect of ESG based on your objectives. You cannot use an ESG report for another company into your company. This is like wearing a cloth or a suit. You must wear the suit that fits you. You must cut the cloth to your size. And that's the main thing here. And then as we move on, you'll be able to see that the benefits that accrue from developing an ESG corporate objective is it enhances stakeholder confidence. A retailer aligning ESG or sustainable sourcing with cost reduction improves margin and brand reputation. Your brand is very, very important. And when the English people told us, your word is your bond, or protect your name. In fact, protecting your name is the key thing. In this industry where we are, your name is your brand. And I believe you could not have come to this training if KEPSA or real-time adversary had a negative branding in the society. Our brand is very, very key. And that's why it will attract investors who come in and partner with you. So the 3 major benefits which I've been talking about, I won't dwell into this, I've mentioned them. There's risk management. You'll help your company avoid risks by developing an ESG report. So ESG integration minimizes risk by assessing sustainability factors. We have improved returns. ESG performance boosts financial returns. This is the aspect of the investors. There's an aspect of stakeholder engagement. ESG integration builds trust, attracts value-aligned investors. These are just but a few of the benefits that are there, but the benefits are non-exhaustive. There are so many. depending with your company. Those who are within the law firm, it means you will attract a certain kind of customer base. People who are environmental conscious, people who have, maybe you want to go and represent a company on matters to do with the labor laws. And your company, the social rating on employee interaction, employee number is very, very poor. You have inhumane kind of approaches to human labor. Then how do you expect a huge company abroad to ask you to represent their firm in a lawsuit or any other law or litigation action, and yet your reports are not in order? And I told you these ESG reports are in public domain. So even when you're doing a bidding for a proposal, you're competing for investment with other colleagues or other competing companies, and yours has an ESG report and theirs don't have, you'll be given money ahead of them because they see that you have indicated all these loopholes and you have actually shown that you have taken the key steps in doing this and that. So that's a very good thing. So steps to alignment or for alignment. There is identify corporate objectives. Review the mission. What is the mission of your company? A tech firm, example, a tech firm objectives to innovate can align with ESG by developing energy efficient products. And then map the ESG priorities for your company. Use frameworks like GRI or SSB to identify relevant ESG issues. I told you, all these frameworks have different ESG issues. Look into them. Engage stakeholders, that is stakeholder mapping. Don't let these issues come from you. Let your members give you, your employees, your investors, your customers, your community, give you the issues that they feel pertinent on ESG that might serve you better. And then integrate into strategy, that is embed ESG into key performance indicators and performance matrices. E.g. Unilever Sustainable Living Plan aligns ESG. So Unilever have a sustainability living plan for their employees. Some of these companies don't have a savings scheme. They don't have a retirement plan. They don't have a kitty for people to save. They don't have a loaning scheme. I've seen other companies where they have internal loaning mechanisms, internal saving mechanisms. They have employees' welfare for employers. They have health benefits. Certain companies don't offer health benefits. Right now, with the issues that we're seeing in Kenya, with the housing problem, with the SHA problem, certain companies are avoiding those avenues and converting their employees into consultants so that they don't pay for them health, housing, and the rest. Or they give you contracts, or they make their employees casual as opposed to permanent employees, because a casual employee cannot request for certain amenities from housing, certain amenities from this and that and that. So you see, and making an employee casual as opposed to permanent, you have already affected their psychology, and those people will not see the essence of staying in a company for a long time. So these are things you need to consider, but you'll only identify them once you do an ESG assessment. You cannot just go and tell your boss, employees are complaining the salary is low. Employees are complaining there is no team building. No, you need to do an ESG assessment. In social part, it will have employee satisfaction, customer satisfaction. I think you have been seeing companies doing employee satisfaction, customer satisfaction. And I believe after this training, we'll do a survey on you as the customer satisfaction. How did you find the training? Were the trainers engaging? Were they informed? Did they enrich your mind? So that is a customer satisfaction, so that I can improve moving forward. So those are some of the things that need to be done. Even your company, if your company has not been doing customer satisfaction, it's a very bad thing. It means you're losing on customer relations. You need to do customer satisfaction. Did your customers enjoy? Do they have a negative feedback? Yes. Take that negative feedback, improve on it. And that customer who is not satisfied, you'll share that report with them, and they will see the recommendations you have put forth, and they will come back to you. Because remember, one customer will spread the bad word of your company to other people, and you might end up losing more customers due to that one customer. So that's something that you need to consider. Look at the corporate goal issues and integrated strategy. I was trying to look at this. I've categorized these problems into three: under environment, under social, and governance. Under environment, I was trying to put myself in your company shoes and say, in your company, the environmental here issue is we want to reduce operational costs by 10% in 2 years. What is the objective I want under environment? What is the issue? The issue was we had excessive water usage in manufacturing. This is an example of East African Breweries Limited. The issue was excessive water usage. What is the strategy? We install water efficient systems. We recycle 40% of the water used and train staff on water conservation to cut water costs and usage by 20%. So you can see this one has the first part is the objective. The second part is the issue. The third part is the strategy or the mitigation measure. So these are just examples, 3 of them. Expand customer base by 20%. That is the objective. The issue is high greenhouse gas emissions from transport. How do you want to solve it? Transition 50% delivery fleet to electric vehicles. Use remote route optimization software to reduce emissions by 15% and market a green brand. So these are some of the outlays I gave under environment. Under social, you can look into them. Somebody wants to improve employee satisfaction by 30%. The employees are not satisfied. The issue is lack of workplace safety measures. How do I improve it? Implement strict safety protocols, provide regular training, install monitoring system to reduce workplace accidents. Maybe employees who are being affected by accidents in the workplace, they don't have safety gears, and they did a survey, customer employee satisfaction, and they found that 30% of them had issues. So that's why they want to target and to improve satisfaction by 30%. Increase workforce productivity, the last one on that chart. Limited employee mental health support, offer free mental health resources, introduce flexible working hours, and create a wellness program to reduce stress and improve productivity by 12%. So all this, you're only able to assess this if you have done a stakeholder mapping and a material analysis where you did a survey. You cannot come with these numbers if you did not do a survey, so that you can tell your boss, based on this survey, these are the recommendations. So this is based on actual data. You must use data. And data, I mean speaking to a huge number of employees. Don't speak to 2 people. Speak to even all of them to ascertain the real condition and status of your company. Governance is very key. And governance, I said, is around transparency, accountability. All these are within governance. Enhance investor confidence, reduce legal risks. So without proper governance, you can see one of the goals here is reduce legal risk by 15% in 3 years. Why? Non-compliance with anti-corruption laws. Conduct annual anti-corruption training. Because when you talk about transparency, accountability, ethics, that is all about corruption. Does your company engage in corruption? Do your employees engage in corruption? Is your company known for corruption? Then it means that investors will not invest in your company because your company is known for corruption, has negative and bad standing with the community and the world at large. Currently, Kenya has issues with some of the loans are not being repaid. Corruption is an issue in some of the institutions. So it brings out a bad standing with the society and the globe at large. What will you do if your company is put in the light of having a low ESG rating, risk rating, or a high ESG risk rating, or a low one in terms of CCC for MSCI in terms of rating, that your company is rated lowly or highly in terms of risks? What do you need to do in terms of these criteria to improve it? So in terms of this, the key issue I wanted to put out for is you need to come up with recommendations and measures. ESG reports are meant to identify problems and solutions, but the problems need to be identified in a scientific method. You need to collect data, you need to analyze, you need to make it transparent and provide solutions for those problems. So measuring success, whether your company is actually putting the mitigation measures and increase, we use matrices. Carbon footprint is one. If your problem was greenhouse gases emissions, you use a carbon footprint to assess whether your company is improving in terms of reducing carbon footprint. A bank tracks ESG alignment by measuring loans to green projects. Report outcomes, communicate progress via ESG reports, which I have mentioned there. So in developing an ESG action plan, what is the action plan? What do you want to do based on the problems you have identified? As I said, I won't go into this deeply, but make sure your objectives are SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. You must put time in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years. I want to increase customer survey by 30%. That is measurable. It has time, it is achievable, and it is specific because it is looking at customers. Assign responsibilities of those tasks. A manufacturing firm assigns its operations team to monitor energy usage. So in your company, if you are talking about social, assign that responsibility to a human resource team. The person in charge of human resource in your company is the one that will give you data on social part, on employee satisfaction, customer satisfaction. Human resource people are very good in that. In terms of maybe environment, go to the environmental board or department in your company. Those who are tasked with sustainability, climate change officers, sustainability officers, energy officers, governance, go to human resource also. They will give you information on governance because I believe they have it. Or if not, go to the board members or committees. They have information on governance. Allocate resources. Some of these require resources if you want to implement them. Employee training. Because remember, in the recommendations, you'll say, my employers are feeling they are not motivated because there's lack of training. And you say in the recommendations, we'll be putting regular employee training every quarter. That one requires money. We'll be requiring the services of KEPSA, real-time advisory, to come and train our staff every quarter. That one has a budget. It has an expense, of which now we'll talk about that and tell you this is what we charge to train your company on this and that. You have put that in the report. So implementation steps for this, as I said, I won't go into this deeply, but we have mentioned that we conduct a baseline assessment, we engage stakeholders, and we integrate technology. Technology is very important. You don't have to use complicated softwares, but you can try to use the locally ones that we have for accountability. But as I said, you can make sure you create a dashboard within your website where people can click and access those reports. And remember, ESG reports are annual reports. So if you start producing it today, you'll be producing it on an annual basis. And you can look for donors for funding. If you have you can create a concept note on an ESG report. We want to develop an ESG report as company X. This is our budget line. This is what and what and what. And I believe we can work together with you as KEPSA and real-time advisory to help you develop a concept note where we can partner together, KEPSA and you, and look for donors for money to develop that report. If you believe it has a cost implication, which will be more detailed. And then when it comes to monitoring and reporting, I said I was trying to look at dashboards. This is an example of somebody who created a dashboard in their website. And I believe website developers can do this. Once you collect data using questionnaires, Google Forms, surveys, all these things, they can convert that data into graphs. And you can see there's a graph for energy consumption, graph for power cuts, production, sales, consumption by sector. You can develop this chart that your investors can look at it from one go. And then overcoming challenges in ESG implementation. There are so many challenges in ESG implementation. I think that I had mentioned it earlier. Challenge number one, lack of clear ESG strategy or goals. If you don't have that, the solution is what? Define a clear organization-specific ESG roadmap aligned with the corporate values. Look at your corporate values, motto, and vision to develop a goal and a strategy. And then we go to inconsistent data and reporting standards, adopt recognized frameworks that are known. I gave you examples of GRI, SSSB, and TCFD and IR, but the recognized ones are those three. Even IR is one, but GRI tops it. Limited internal expertise or awareness, provide staff training. I think what you are doing here is training, and I believe the information you'll get here, you can go and cascade the information to your department or to your staff. Also, you can hire ESG professionals or consultants like us. We are consultants. We came into training. And then the other challenge is resistant to change from leadership or stakeholders. You must get investor buy-in or company buy-in from your company. If your CEO is not on board, your board members are not on board, then it's very hard for you to get an ESG kind of undertaking in your company. Maybe they're hiding something. Maybe they are very key on pollution. They are throwing water, they are polluting the environment. So that company will not want to do an ESG reporting because they are already doing something wrong. Difficulty measuring impacts or progresses, certain key performance indicators and ESG metrics to track, report, and continue to improve performance are very hard. So it's good for you to use KPIs and ESG metrics that are recognized, the ones I showed you earlier, that you easily to measure. Short-term financial focus and long-term ESG goals and regulatory uncertainty. So these are things that we surveyed as problems in ESG implementation and solutions. And I believe these challenges, you'll face them or you are facing them and the solutions we have given you on how to approach it. So this is the last topic, which will be targeting on sustainability or sustainable finance and green investment. Investment is very key. I told you, ESG report, one of the benefits is it attracts investment. And I told you, and maybe I'll talk about 4 green financial investments that come from ESG. 1 is green bonds. Number 2, sustainable linked loans. Number 3, impact loans. Number 4, carbon credits. Green bonds, a company in Capsa that is gaining from green bonds is, we have Ascon Holdings. These are very key people who are in the green building sector. They use green materials for building, and they have been earning money from green bonds. We have impact loans or impact investing. We have a company in Capsa known as M-Copper. M-Copper is a company that does what we call solarization. They use solar. They give people solar lights. And this one has helped to impact the society positively and help people to stop using the fossil-based lighting system like zile tunasema koroboi that leads to respiratory problems, eyesight problems. So they got impact loans. We have sustainability linked loans. I talked about EABL. And then we have carbon credits. Carbon credits, a big company that we know is Ban Manufacturing. I'm happy they're here in the training. Ban Manufacturing is one that are earning carbon credits. We have Cocoa, the guy from Cocoa who are using bioethanol to cook the ethanol one. So they're earning from it because they've been able to show how they're able to reduce carbon footprint. Green investments, I've mentioned them. And from ESG reporting aspect, you're able to access green investment. I won't go into this in detail, but when you have a high rating in MSCI, AAA, you're on top, you're AAA, you'll get ESG investing. If it is SEI, the Sustainalytics, it means the risk factor in your company is very low, then it means you'll get a lot of green investment. So this is very important. And even when you're pitching for money from investors, don't tell them, we have done these projects, use an ESG report by telling them, as much as we have this portfolio, this is our ESG report. In terms of employees, our employees are satisfied, and you have verified this by a third party. In terms of gender balance, inclusion, we have people living with disability working with our company. Certain companies, when they see somebody is disabled or able differently, they don't give you a job. That one gives a green light. At KEPSA, we have people who are able differently working within KEPSA, which is part of our code of ethics that to ensure that we have these people within our key portfolio. Some of the future trends, emerging trends that we anticipate to get in the future, we'll see a rise of transition financing, funding high carbon industries. We'll be able to see blended financing in the future. We'll be able to see regulatory pushes like EU. I told you about European Union. They're coming up with a regulation in 2026 that will be known as the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, that will be putting regulations on products and companies that are not reducing their carbon footprint, or they are producing their products not not considering environmental conservation. And those products will be required to have stickers or something to identify those products are produced using and have considered CBAM, that is CBAM, in terms of carbon reduction. So in circular economy and supply chains, I needed to mention this because what is circular economy? What is supply chain sustainability? All this falls under environment. When you look at environmental social governance, circular economy falls under environment. Linear economy will give you a very low rating in ESG because these people produce and they throw. But in circular economy, we produce and we put it in the same circle. We don't throw it away. So this is very good because it shows that you have led to energy conservation. Because in linear, a lot of energy is used in producing virgin products. In linear economy, once you throw something in the dump site, it goes there, it piles, it leads to greenhouse gases emissions and release of methane, pollution of water. Because when it rains, the water percolates, it goes into the rivers. A lot of energy is used to produce the same virgin product from the production. But if you recycle something, you have saved company X money in producing the virgin product. Let's say the soda you drink, Coca-Cola, you drink soda, you take back the glass. The glass goes back to the company, they wash it, they refill it. Assume you drink the soda and you break the bottle or you throw away the bottle. The company will use more money to produce another bottle as opposed to just washing the bottle. So you have saved that company energy consumption. So that is part of circular economy, and you'll have a lot of points when it comes to energy conservation or energy sustainability. So these are just but a few I've mentioned. Adidas, Futurecraft, Loop sneakers are fully recyclable, aligning with ESG goals. Supply chain sustainability, I'm happy to say that KEPSA developed they're in the process of developing a supply chain, something around sustainability supply chain, making supply chain more sustainable and green. This is one of the key undertakings. Your company needs to look into this. If you are involved in supply chain, do you have a supply chain sustainability report to ensure that the trucks you are using are not emitting carbon? If they are emitting carbon, are you planting trees? Do you have a recommendation for that? So these are some of the things you need to consider. Strategies, source responsibly, source your products responsibly, optimize logistics, reduce emissions by using electric vehicles. Unilever sustainable palm oil, source it reduces deforestation, improving its ESG rating. Coca-Cola, 50% of Coca-Cola products are recycled. They are aiming to recycle, Coca-Cola aims to 50% recycled plastic bottles by 2030. H&M, they make clothes, they recycle clothes, which is very good. So you take back your clothes that you have worn, and they are thrown out, you give back to H&M, they recycle it, they make new clothes. That's good. And maybe they pay you out of it. They should have a paying scheme, a customer paying model. Like in Europe. In Europe, when you take a bottle somewhere, there's an ATM machine that takes bottles, containers, it gives you money. So that's something that also Kenya needs to consider moving forward. And then the role of technology in ESG advancement. I talked about technology initially. Technology is very important for data collection, data storage, and there are so many technologies outside there. If you're dealing in greenhouse gases, there's a carbon calculator. If you're dealing with something else, if you're dealing with climate, there's a climate scenario and climate modeling softwares. If you're dealing with supply chain, there's blockchain supply. where we talk about IBM's Food Trust for Ethical Sourcing. Microsoft Sustainability Manager uses AI to optimize cloud data. Remember something, people who are within the industry such as Netflix, Safaricom, and the rest, they use a lot of energy. Somebody from Safaricom told me that those internet machines and those things, they require a lot of energy in cooling. A lot of energy is required in cooling those machines. So what energy are they using to cool those machines? Are they using fossil fuel? Are they using solar? Are they using wind? So what energy are they using to cool their systems is also very, very important. If they're using fossil-based fuels, then they need to do an ESG analysis, and a recommendation put that they need to use renewable energy sources to cool their machines and their systems. And then application of ESG, I won't talk about this. This one I've mentioned critically. In environment, it's there. In social, we can put some of these technologies in governance, in social, and in environment. Just even drones. Nowadays, people are using drones to monitor the environment. So that's part of environmental and integrating ESG in environmental monitoring. People are using ESG to monitor deforestation. Gone are the days when people have been sent, forest officers have been sent to go and count the number of trees in an area. Now you can use drones to do a mapping and see the trees I planted last year. How are they? Are they dying? Is somebody doing deforestation? The use of drones. So technology can be used to make your work easier and for you to get real-time information and data very quickly as part of ESG monitoring. So as part of this, I hope I've kept to time. It's 12:45 before going to the study questions. So these are some of the questions that I was supposed to give you as part of your survey so that you can be able to answer it. But I believe these questions that you see here, you'll take these questions, which will be part of your reporting framework. In your report, when you're submitting your report, the first part of the report will be questions. You need to answer these questions. So you'll take down these questions because I'll share these slides with you. You'll take these questions and put an answer for them. It will come to at least like 2 pages or 1 page. So these questions, starting from, is sustainability a key consideration for your current or target clients? And remember, in this report, the cover page should have your name. The cover page should have your email. Your cover page should have at least your organization so that I understand where are you coming from? Which organization is this? What are you dealing with? There's a question on, could the organization benefit from better diversity? Does your current CSR projects provide real sustainable impacts? If not, if you don't have, that's okay. Just say we don't have, but we're planning or something like that. Are any of the components of ESG potential risks to the business? Some of these components of ESG you have spoken about, which one have you seen is a risk to your business or to your company? If you don't have a clue, then I expect that in the process of you doing an ESG mapping, then you'll be able to come up with this feedback. So the report will be submitted roughly within 1 to 2 weeks. For those maybe due to other engagements, we'll be able to give you 1 to 2 weeks. Once you submit the report, it will be marked, it will be rated, it will be given back to you, and you will receive a certificate based obviously on this assessment. But the certificate will be given, it will not have a score on it. You will be having a certificate and a report for you to use. But the certificate will be given, obviously, after you have submitted the question and the report. But the certificate will not have the score on it, tied on it, but the score will be given to you differently as a report card. But the certificate will be separate also. The takeaway assignment, which I've indicated here, is I will want you to apply the concept learned in this training session to develop a concise ESG report for your company or a selected company of your choice. The report should demonstrate an understanding of ESG principles. Some of you are not working in a company. Yes, you can do a selected company as a case study. If you have a company, well and good. If not, use a hypothetical one to develop one for it. Reporting framework, strategic implementation while addressing emerging trends. The deadline, as I said, so submitting it, I'll change it. It's supposed to be submitted in 1 week, but due to the request I've received, we'll give you 1 to 2 weeks, but the earlier the better, because once we mark it, you get a certificate as soon as you can. Once you're sending that work, email it to me, and also send a copy to Mudinja Gmail so that now we can work on it. The length of that submission report, the guidelines are there so that we get uniformity. Use, submit a PDF or a Word document, a 12-point font, which is in Times Roman. I think I forgot to put Times Roman there. Double spaced, 1,500 to 2,000 words. That's only for the report, not for the questions I've told you. So you're submitting two things. You're submitting the questions and also you're submitting the report. The report is 1,500 to 2,000 words, just with sections on the introduction, this objective, the key matrices, data collection method, just a report, a sample report. I'll give you a framework you can use. So I think I'll share a framework. I'll develop a framework roughly. I had not thought of developing a framework so that we can have uniformity. I think I'll develop a framework so that we can all have one uniform framework today and tomorrow. And I'll share that framework with you by close of business tomorrow so that we can have a uniform framework so that we don't all have different frameworks. Instructions, choose either your company or public listed company, which I've said, to develop an ESG report. The report should reflect the key topics covered in the training sessions and include practical actionable insights. Structure the report according to the outline below, ensuring each section is concise. I think I'll share that so that you get the outline. So that's the end of session 5 and 7. But also there's something I wanted to share, this one here. Yes. So I'll share with you some of these training sessions offered by World Bank and IFC. These sessions, it's e-learning platforms free of charge. You can also go to them and do those courses again, just to get some other certifications around this space. These are free learning and these links are clickable. Once I share the links with you, these are clickable links. You'll be able to click on them and go into those sites and obviously be able to train and to understand more, because you need to be equipping yourself. This training is not the end of it. You need to do regular trainings. You need to do regular trainings and regular trainings day in and day out. So also what I need to encourage and to tell everybody on this call before Dr. Moses comes in and also I come in, because we only have 10 minutes before the close of this training, is that we'll be forming a WhatsApp group. And due to that essence, I'll be able to share something here so that those people who are on call can be able to get you, because you can see the numbers have increased as opposed to what was, some people did not register online. So what I believe is that for me to get your true numbers and reflection, I don't know how we'll approach it, but the way I can do it, in the meeting chat, I'll share our WhatsApp number. You'll just WhatsApp me your name and email number. Those two things, your name, email number, email number, and organization. 3 things. So that I can compare to the database I have. Email me your name, email, and maybe organization, name, email, and because the phone number is there. I think you'll be using that. So check on the WhatsApp. I have sent that. WhatsApp me that. And let me hand it over to Daktari to come in. But also in the chat box, let me share my LinkedIn page or link so that you can send a friend request and we can network. And from the messages you'll be sending me on the chat, I believe that phone number you'll be sending me the WhatsApp message has you on WhatsApp. I'll use that to include you on the WhatsApp page. So make sure you WhatsApp me your name, your email, and organization using the phone number that is on WhatsApp, because I'll use that phone number to include in a WhatsApp page for ESG only, so that when you have trainings, we need trainers, we need people to give talks, we can use you to send you to those meetings to talk on ESG. So on WhatsApp page, I have shared my LinkedIn page. Daktari, you can also share yours on the WhatsApp page, your LinkedIn page, or other information they can get you on. But the last things I've shared there is my phone number. WhatsApp me your name, email, and organization, and also my LinkedIn page is there. We'll be able to share with you the meeting presentations and assignment details. Once you send me your name, your email, and organization, I'll use that email to send you the meeting presentation and assignment. Don't forget to send me on WhatsApp. My number is there, 0721-525349. WhatsApp me your name, email, and organization, and I'll be able to send you the documents and assignments as requested, and I'll use the same email to send you your certificate. So let me stop there. Thank you so much for attending the training session. If you have any question, I believe that you are looking at the chat box, but this recording will not end. I'll be able to go back to this meeting again, chat box, and email everybody based on this. So over to you, Daktari, as I look at the chat box. Over to you, Daktari, with the last comments, and as we take a few questions here and there, or maybe recommendations, but we have 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Over to you, Daktari.
Thank you, Daktari. I think that was quite impressive. I'm surprised that you didn't take a glass of water like these guys who make... you're muted, I think. Making that lengthy presentation requires a lot of energy, and that is commendable. Now, just clarification, I've sent my LinkedIn, my number. I'm not too sure whether I'm sending to somebody's direct message. I'm not too digital on some of these things. So, Doctor, just check the wall to see whether what I've shared is in the, whether you can see my LinkedIn link and mobile. I also shared my real-time official email. You are muted. Eh?
Go to the chat. Go to the chat and share it. Press chat.
So I think I was sending all along to wrong. I hope I've not flooded somebody's direct or whatever with.
Yeah, if you have received it directly, share it.
I had responded to somebody's message, so I'm not too sure.
Okay, share it with the chat box.
Okay, can you? Okay.
Just share it and then we'll see it. And the participants, please don't leave because we need to do a group photo. I'll do a screenshot of a group photo, which is very, very key before we depart. So please share the chat. And there's a question from Jackson and maybe somebody else on the chat, analyse, Aneton, and Kyoko. Yes, the assignments are 2. The first assignment is a question part, which has the slide has questions. Number 2 is the report. So the report is the one that is 1,500 to 2,000 words. The first part is the question. So yes, those are 2 sections. The first section is the questions. Second part is the report. Yes, over to you, Daktari. I'm not seeing the...
Sorry, Daisy is notifying me that I've been sending to her directly. I never intended to flood your...
okay, Daisy, okay.
So
maybe
Daisy,
you can take those points and
just copy them, Daisy, and share to the wall for everyone.
Yes, share on the wall, yes. Technology
issues, don't waste
yes.
a lot of time.
Okay.
So I think it's a time for feedback from participants. Kindly, if you have any comments. I know we have quite some questions there. Some of them are just comments that don't require direct intervention. Some of them have also responded in the course of Daktari making his presentation. So let us hear if there is any comment we get from members, from participants. Can you raise your hand? Jackson?
Yes, Jackson.
But if there is somebody else, I would give him or her a chance because Jackson spoke again earlier on. But Jackson will be.
Thank you. It doesn't have Daktari, so thank you for the opportunity. Not really necessarily a question, but first of all, quite a commendable presentation, insightful, and I've been able to follow through so keenly. I come from the strategy level. I support a lot of organizations in developing or integrating sustainability into their business strategies for long term. It cuts across both manufacturers and also service industry and financial service sector. I'm very, very much impressed that I think for once I've been running alone in a lonely range, and creation of this community of sustainability conscious group or forum it sets a very good ground for the pedestal of trying to accelerate the efforts towards acceptance and so on. You realize that mostly in our sector, we are still in the linear economy where the acceleration is towards production and wastage, and that is it. We rarely, or many sectors have not gone into the circular economy. And I think when we pull our voices together, we would be able to project a higher need, urgency, and so on. So I'm really, really happy that the session is not ending with the participants walking away, but rather it is just the beginning of the community which we need to work together and leverage on our diverse experience in the market, leverage on each other's experience to create a very strong movement that would ensure that most of the companies are transitioning into sustainability or ESG. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Jackson. Thank you so much. Thank you for those positive sentiments and encouragement words. Yes, Mercy, over to you. Unmute yourself. The floor is yours.
Thank
Jackson,
you so much.
You can lower your heart.
I'm grateful for the session also. My name is Mercy from Power Internet, the ESG manager. So I think what I wanted to say is just what Jackson has mentioned. I loved that you have mentioned that we'll have a WhatsApp group. Sometimes it feels like in the ESG space, we do not get to share ideas. And sometimes we feel like as organizations, we're operating as standalone entities. So while this session didn't give us an opportunity to interact and learn from each other, I love that we'll have a WhatsApp group. I also love that you mentioned about the possibility of a physical event in future. So that I think it gives us an opportunity, other than just hearing from you, we also get to hear from our colleagues what they're doing within their organizations and all that, and share insights and learn from each other and form those networks. So thank you so much.
Asante sana, Mercy. Thank you for that. At least you have had a gender representation. For the others who have been silent, I know you have been following, which is very, very key, and we like it. So at this juncture, because I don't want to keep you and time, I don't want to take much of your time. If you're in a position to put your camera on, it's okay. If not,
Daktari,
that's okay.
allow me to mention that we also have related trainings that are more likely to be face-to-face. Like we have carbon markets and trading, and that should be quite interesting. But we would maybe prefer that it is face-to-face. So as you have benefited from this training, feel free to share with your friends in the network.
Yes.
And it
So
was
yes,
also
as
a
you've said,
pleasure.
It
was also a pleasure meeting all of you. I believe I've realized even some of them are my students at Kenyatta University, some of you rather. I'm a full-time lecturer at Kenyatta University. And also a development consultant. So some of you are inboxing me and telling me that they are my students. So it's nice to meet you in this session. So we will meet next time. Thank you.
Asante sana, Daktari. That one shows the wealth of the experience we have here. And I think we have interacted with most of these universities around. And that's very, very encouraging. So as it has been said, we are going to have another training session. Based on the comments and the WhatsApp group will form, we'll be able to get which other training session you want. Either is it greenhouse gases inventory, issues to do with GIS, issues to do with carbon trading, issues to do with either. We'll look into all these training areas that you believe are very important and competent and pertinent to you, and then we'll organize another training session based on that. So these training sessions, this was the first one. We'll endeavor to make them at least on every quarter, we have at least 2 or 3 of them based on the demand. But as of now, I would wish we take a group photo because it's exactly 1 minute past 1. I don't take much of your time. I know you have other engagements. Let's take a group photo. If you're in a position to put your camera on, it's okay. If not, that's still okay. It's very understandable. Working at home and remotely, we know there are many challenges. So I'll be taking the group photo in the next 30 seconds. So if you are on camera, just switch it on and then I'll just put a screenshot. So on a count of 1, 2, 3, if you have not put your camera on, let me give up to 5, those who are just in the background. If you're somewhere, you adjust your background in the next 5 minutes, I'll be able to put a face to your name. So
we need to
5.
at least fill the screen. We need at least one more photo to fill the screen.
Yes, yes.
Especially on
I don't know,
on
mind
the
it's
left
filled, eh?
up.
Yes, yes. So, Cynthia, it seems your camera is on, but we are not able to see you. It's dark. Or maybe, yeah, maybe you've turned off. Yeah, I know. Oh, you had turned off the security camera at the top. Eh? So, on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, just say hi. I think that's it.
I'll ask us to do the Korea small heart. The Korea small heart, I think they do something like this.
Okay.
With your heart. Korea small heart, I think they call it small heart.
Okay. Just a minute. Let me save this one and then we do this is technology. Yes. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You say this one? Okay.
This is a Korea small heart.
Sir.
I hope I'm getting it right.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Javette is struggling with her screen, but it's okay.
I think I have captured. Thank you so much. And I think at this juncture, I've been able to capture all these pictures and sentiments, which is very, very good. I hope everybody was on this page. We didn't have another page, but that's good. Thank you so much. And I think at this juncture, let me say thank you and have a blessed afternoon. Asanteni sana. Please remember to WhatsApp me your details so that I can text you the meeting notes and assignment on WhatsApp. Asanteni sana and have a blessed day ahead.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Asanteni.